Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Dum, da, 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 da. I just think of it as cardio. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Sewing Street. It is Tuesday. It's National Maple Syrup Day. I'm on board for that. It's also Winter Walks Day and Appreciate Your Device, which I'm taking to mean your sewing machine, your knitting needles, all of your gorgeous sewing and knitting and crochet accoutrement. So anyway, welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, for what it's worth. We've got a fantastic day coming up here on Sewing Street, so I hope you're going to stay with us for the entire morning. Now let's start our day, as we always do, with silliness and an early bird. Why isn't there a robin? It's Christmas. Come on. I'm going to keep asking for it until I get it. Right, now, this is really cool. It is a combined seam ripper and tweezer tool. Now talk about appreciate your tools and implements. This is very cool. Should be £12.99. We're going to be crashing the price. It's called the Combi Cut. Love the fact that it's all nicely enclosed, nothing sharp sticking out, but then you've got this slidey tool on the side. So push that one way and you've got a fantastic seam ripper. And look, it really is a lovely sturdy seam ripper, nice cutting edge there. That little red bobble, if you push that into the seam, you can just slide the seam ripper straight up a seam and it will take out all the stitches really safely. So that's on one side. Just retract that back. And then the other side, when I push that out, it is tweezers. So all those little bits of thread that are sticking out along the seam, you can just pinch out using your tweezers there. Very, very handy little tool that, very neat and tidy. Now yours could be one of these two colours, pink or a gorgeous teal blue. Random, it is random, like life. But hey, nothing wrong with that. But the price isn't random. Check this out. Look at that, £6.99. That's a £6 saving. Absolutely fantastic. That's a big price drop for a very, very useful tool. Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Good morning, my lovely. Steph says, morning, Stuart. Love the plaid and tank top combo. It's freezing here. Steph, it's freezing here too. Yesterday, it was so hot in the building that most of the time I was walking around in just a t-shirt and shorts. But today it is much cooler. So yeah, got to keep warm, wrap up. I do love a bit of plaid. Do keep checking out for your fantastic Combi Cut. This is very, very giftable. Remember, we are still guaranteeing Christmas delivery in the UK. So £6.99, lovely little Secret Santa sort of gift price. Very good stocking filler. Just a lovely thing actually to add to your own toolkit. Oh no, is that a colour possibility as well? That's lovely. I like the turquoise. Oh, is that the tealy blue? It looks quite different. If we show the other picture, it's quite a different colour. Look, that looks much darker. Our producer says that one's been taken in the dark. Then it would just all be black. Surely. Oh, gosh. Delia says, morning, Stuart and team. Good morning, Delia. Steph says, my hub wears long johns in bed. I say. Good to know. Well, look, the whole team are here today. We've got Hannah and we've got Bruce in the gallery. Just say a quick hello. Hello. There's Bruce. There's Hannah. Hello. And we've got lovely Dan on floor today. I can't drag him on. Won't do it. Make a £6 saving on your tweezer and your seam ripper combo. It's such a clever tool. It's all enclosed, all encased, very neat. Push one side out, there's your seam ripper, good sturdy one. And on the other side, your tweezers for pulling out all of those stitches. On the Long River, same thing, £12.95. So they were 4p cheaper on our starting price, but we are £6.99. And actually from the Long River, it arrives after Christmas, which £29 delivery. What? What? Where's it coming from? The dark side of the moon? Good grief. Ours is £6.99. And remember, if you've never shopped with us before, you pay £4.95 postage, and that's a flat rate for the entire day, all night, up to midnight tonight. So it doesn't matter what else you buy throughout the day, or however many times you check out your basket, you'll only pay 1p and p. It's really easy. Just combine your baskets as you go. Anne says, morning, lovely Stuart. Morning, my darling. How are you? Are you ready for Christmas? People keep asking me that. Am I ready for Christmas? And I think, what if it's making me nervous now because I'm thinking, am I supposed to have done something? Bought a turkey? I don't know. I don't know. Now, before we go anywhere, I have got an extra wide backing that I just want to grab. I just want to mention now because it's so beautiful. This is absolutely stunning. Now, I'm just going to dive straight in there and say, why don't you make a gorgeous scarf, a shawl, or a kimono jacket? It's £12.99 a half metre. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm going to just throw this out so you can see. It's 108 inches wide. Even half a metre would make the most fabulous 1 or 2 scarves. And that on a plain, maybe a black outfit or something like that. Look at that beautiful fabric. Come on, Hannah. Let's show just how wide this fabric is. I'm going to pass that around to you there. Hannah's being very shy today. But just to give a sense, literally from one side of the room to the other, look at that. Oh, that's enough. Good. And she's gone. £12.99 a half metre. It's 100% cotton. It's absolutely beautiful. You've got those gorgeous shades of vibrant magenta pink. You've got lilacs in there. You've got peaches, oranges, coral. Absolutely stunning. This is the kind of stuff you can use on the front of your quilt for borders, bindings, sashing, block piecing. Morning, Joy. Good morning, my love. How is it going in Cambridgeshire? It is ages since I've been to Cambridgeshire. I need to come back soon. It's such a beautiful part of the world. Such a useful fabric, this, and what a glorious, glorious colour combination. You can do table covers, you can do cushions, all sorts of things. Use it for dressmaking too. It's 100% cotton. What about using it to make a bag? You could absolutely use it to make a bag or to line bags with. I mean, we often talk about the sort of more utility fabric uses when we're talking about extra wide fabrics like the back of a quilt or something like that. But don't forget, this is every bit as beautiful, gorgeous quality, the same weight as the fabrics you're using on the front of your quilt. So use it on the front of your quilt for piecing, for borders, for bindings, but also dressmaking, home deck, you name it. I mean, what about just a table runner? If you've got a plain tablecloth and just that running down the centre of your table, what a gorgeous backdrop. I mean, and if you trim the edges neatly, gosh, you wouldn't even have to hem them. I know that sounds awful coming from a sewer, but I mean, if you were in a real hurry, you could, or you could use something like double-sided quilter's tape, run a line on one side, peel off the backing, and then fold it under for a very quick hem. You could do that too. I have those double-sided tapes coming up at 10 o'clock. Morning to Gillian. She says, morning, Stuart. Jane says, good morning, Stuart. Gorgeous fabric. It is lovely, isn't it? Kate says, good morning, all. I'm ready for Christmas. Yes, ready for my son and daughter-in-law. Moving out between Christmas and New Year. No fits of blubbering. Oh, Kate. It is sad to see people go, but it's lovely to see people move on, isn't it? To new phases of their life as well. Now, keep going through for this. Absolutely gorgeous. We'll do the menu. I've got a different colourway of this, a neutral, which I'll show you in a second. But keep going through. Let's do the menu. Here it is. Let's see how the day's looking. So 8 a.m. Fabulous. Fabulous fabrics. At 9 o'clock, Sandra Rushton is here with a Sanntangle and a brand new quilt. Now, there's one behind me, which I'm sure you've all been admiring. It's absolutely gorgeous. But also this incredible quilt, which is called Rainbow Drops. But can you see angel wings? Because I can see angel wings in there too. Isn't that stunning? Ombre effect, just beautiful, with Sandra's exclusive fabrics as well. That is absolutely stunning, absolutely stunning. That's at 9. At 10 o'clock, we've got sewing room tools. That's when I've got those double-sided tapes and lots of other really, really useful tools. At 11 o'clock, Sandra is back with more Sanntangle, including the most amazing deal on a bag kit. I'm just going to grab the bag and show you. It is fabulous. So here's the bag, and we've got the most incredible deal. You get the full pattern, you get the wooden handles, which you can customise or leave as they are. You get all your buttons, you get all your fabrics, and you're not going to believe the price. It is under £20. It was Sandra's birthday last week. It was a little bit of a special that she's brought for everybody on Sewing Street. I think that's amazing. You get everything. Just need your filling, basically, to put inside the bag, some interfacing, something like that, or wadding. That is coming up at 11 o'clock, but lots of you are already shopping ahead for that. Have a look on the website. Now, back to the menu. At 12 o'clock, I've got loads of gorgeous quilt kits. It's so many different designers there, so many different designers, beautiful quilt kits, and every single one of those quilt kits is on split pay. Split pay, you say? And you might be thinking, 2 split pays? Maybe 3 to be like Christmassy? 4, maybe? How about if yes, including that Tula Curiosity quilt on 5 split pays. I don't think we even did 5 split. Hannah, did we do 5 split pays on the Curiosity quilt? Oh, show that one. That's gorgeous. I want that. That's beautiful. Is that Ellie's Quilt Place? That is gorgeous. Every single one of the kits at 12 o'clock is on 5-way split pay. Now, just to put it into context, that quilt kit is £129.99. So normally we might give you 2 split pays on that, but you're getting 5 split pays, which means your split pays are going to be Oh, Hannah, get your calculator quick. You were a bit. $25.99. $25.99 to get that quilt kit home. Also, I've got the New Mexico original colourway on 5 split pays. I've only got 15 kits left, but now that £64.99 for the kit. So your split pay is £12.99. Wow, wow. I think it would be a very, very good idea to hop on the website and choose and check out your quilt kits now for 12 o'clock, because they're not going to hang about. The Curiosity quilt from Tula Pink, now that actually sold out on the day. That's one that's bounced back. I've got one. I've literally got one, and it's on 5 split pays. I don't think we even did 5 split pays on the launch day. So what a fantastic day to be tuning into Sewing Street. And it's maple syrup day. I mean, really, what more could you possibly want? That is a beautiful, beautiful quilt. Oh, Kate says, the silver lining to my son and daughter-in-law moving out are that I get to set up the sewing room I have always wanted. That is a silver lining and a half, Kate. Fabulous, fabulous. All right, now let's jump in. Let's jump in with Janet Clare. I don't have a bundle. This is the last of Longshore. Now, this has only been on once before, and I missed the launch on this, but these fabrics are glorious. I'm saying that. I think I might have done the launch. I certainly remember looking through Janet's sketchbooks. So these are all available by the half metre, but these are literally our last of stock. Okay, so I'm going to go through these, grab these while you can. I mean, you could buy half a metre of each of them, and then you've got a gorgeous palette to play with. But let's dive straight in. Anywhere in particular? Let's do big maps. Yeah, definitely. These ones here. Super. All right, let's start with the blue then. So this is a brand new range from Janet called Longshore. Really about sort of travels, the sea, you know, some familiar themes there from Janet. This is a gorgeous kind of map style fabric. Wouldn't this be wonderful for a travel bag, for a passport case, for a little wash bag maybe? Just lovely. You've got the compass there, you've got the little sailboat, and you know, there's the British Isles and the island of Ireland, Scandinavia, oh, Australia. Do you notice as well that background? Real trademark Janet Clare, this gorgeous textured background, almost like a linen texture style. It's a print, it's a smooth cotton, but you've got that wonderful variation there. Really beautiful. Such a stunning fabric, that. So that's in the blue. I've also got it in a gorgeous sort of warm tan background. And I particularly like that the whales and the fish and the gulls are picked out in this lovely kind of rich gold. That is beautiful. Now, remember, with all these fabric ranges, really, Janet's included, they're not reprinted. You get one chance. We all get one chance. It's super frustrating. And as a fabric designer, it's super frustrating, but it is what it is. So if you absolutely love these collections, or there's a particular fabric you think you could use 100 times or more, grab it now while you can. Really lovely. Good morning, Stuart. Lovely meeting you in Harrogate. Hope you enjoyed the biscuits. Oh, Claire, I loved the biscuits. Thank you, my love. People are so kind. I got brought biscuits. Yes, absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Actually, I was telling Hannah this morning, one of our lovely viewers sent me a pot of honey from her hives and this gorgeous little notebook with all kind of honey themed. Absolutely beautiful. So lovely. And I love honey. Beekeeping actually is one of the things I want to do when I retire in 100 years. Can we do the sailboats next, please? So, really lovely. There's the two together. Start with that blue. So again, you've got that beautiful, almost watercolour painted background. splodgy ink dots behind these ships. Just gorgeous. Lots of us have a bit of a seashore theme in our bathrooms, don't we? I know I have, you know, things like seashells that I've collected, little kind of glass bottles, things like that. This would look so lovely in a bathroom. You could put, like if you get a towel, and then just run a strip, like a plain white or a plain blue towel, do a folded strip and applique that. Some people like to put things like rick-rack or something like that, or covered cord along the edges, and have like a kind of decorated towel. Probably one that you would have more for show than using, but you can just add these little features to your bathroom. That's beautiful. That's lovely. And then we've also got that in the tan cream. And again, wonderful, wonderful texture in the background. Of course, with Janet's fabric, she really does sit there and paint and draw. And it's those pieces of artwork that are turned into fabric. So this is, when I say it looks like it's painted, that's, I guess, because it was. Kath says, morning, Stuart. It's my granddaughter's 17th birthday today. Ah, 17. Celebrating this evening as she's in pantomime at the moment and has 2 performances today. Oh, no, she isn't. I love that. I love that. Oh, that's so lovely. I hope your granddaughter has a gorgeous birthday. How wonderful. I was in pantomime many, many years ago. I loved it. I would so love, I say this every year. I'm just waiting for somebody to call me after the show and say, we need you in I don't know, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. What, to play the evil queen? Thanks, guys. No, you didn't. Right. I'd sweep the floor, actually. I would just love to do that one year over Christmas, being pantomime. Well, I'm on with Adam Brooks tomorrow, who's the king of pantomime, so I should really talk to him. Right, next one we've got, this is lush. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, this has got sort of, you know, it's like sort of world traveller, this, isn't it? You've got the kind of little lighthouse. This could be Cornwall. It could be Maine, Portland. Absolutely gorgeous. You've got little mountains. You've got forests. You've got cityscape here. This is gorgeous. Let's start with the blue. Almost a sort of cracked background. Maybe river tributaries. Oh, Kate says, yes, she is. Oh, yes, she is. She's Mother Goose, or she's in Mother Goose, at the Theatre Royal in Winchester. Gosh, how posh is that? The Theatre Royal. I love it. I love panto. I love all the sort of thigh slapping, oh no she isn't, oh yes she is, throwing sweets into the audience, and also the sing-along. Used to love doing the sing-along. Yeah. Gorgeous. It's a real British tradition, isn't it, pantomime? Favourite pantomime, Hannah? Bruce? Cinderella is a good... I was in Cinderella. No. I played the fireplace. No, I was in the chorus, thank you, and it's still a very important role. Yes, you're right, I said that. It is important. Gorgeous, love that. £8.99 metre. Remember, it's cut to order for you. So if you want 2 metres, order 4 units and you'll get a 2 metre piece. Right, also available in cream. What about your favourite pantomime, Bruce? You've never been to a panto, goodness me. Yeah, think of Sewing Street, Bruce, but with better costumes. That's lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, so many ways. This would be really nice to do like a covered notice board with ribbon diagonally and the little studs, you know, the kind of thing that you tuck notes and postcards in. That's gorgeous. Anybody interested what my favourite pantomime is? Oh, I'm not telling you now. No one was interested 5 minutes ago. My favourite pantomime, I think it would have to be Aladdin or Jack and the Beanstalk. Both brilliant. Morning All, Sewing Street should do a panto, and we could choose who plays the parts. So, Marjorie, that's open to abuse, I think. But I think we'd all enjoy casting John, wouldn't we? Right, we'll do the cream first. This is spectacular. I'd like to do actually like a big photo journal book covered in this. That would be fabulous. This is close to selling out. This would also be fabulous for large alternate blocks, maybe with a double Irish chain block next to it, or a single Irish chain that connected the blocks up, almost like a fishing net. That would be beautiful. If you've got my book, Quilts from the Country, this would also work beautifully for the catch of the day or the fisherman's catch quilts. These would work absolutely brilliantly for that. Actually, any of these fabrics would work well for the whole spring chapter. That's also available in blue as well. That is gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. What about the kimono jacket, the Haori jacket from Quilts from the Country, made in these? The whale is gorgeous, isn't it? Oh, they're some of the most ancient sort of creatures on earth, aren't they? And some of the largest, or the largest. Really stunning fabric. Morning, Stuart. I love the quilt behind you. And Janet Clare, fabric designs are wonderful. That's Joy in Peterborough. They really are. I absolutely adore Janet as a person and a designer. This is called Mindful Moments, by the way, Joy. This is the design by Sandra Rushton from Sanntangle. And we've got kits for this coming up in the 9 o'clock show. Now, we haven't got many, Joy, so if you love that, it would be worth getting in your basket and checking out now so you don't miss out. That's coming up a little bit later. If we've got time, I know Sandra's got a little demo for that. Right, next up, let's do the all-over kind of texture. This is beautiful. Now, this is one of those fabrics that you could easily incorporate in so many different projects. We'll start with the cream. I think this is really lovely. Yes, Shell Rummel is one of my favourite designers at the moment, contemporary designers. Love that it's almost like sort of oil on water or smoke. You know, that kind of sometimes where you see smoke billowing, or the grain of wood. There's all sorts of different ways you could interpret this. Really beautiful. I'll just show you what half a metre looks like, by the way. If you buy 1 unit, this is what you'll get. So a really decent sized piece of fabric. And if you want to share it with a friend, split it down the middle, and you've got 2 fat quarters. Now, we've also got that in blue, and it's a really lovely, soft, slaty, almost a chambray blue. And that printing looks gorgeous, doesn't it? Real sort of like someone's dropped indigo ink onto water with a pipette, you know? I love marbling on fabric. I think it's absolutely beautiful. And this is giving me a very sort of abstract version of that. It's lovely. That would be lovely to line a jacket with. And then last 2 designs, or last 1 design, 2 colourways, probably the most useful for everybody. Just a gorgeous little ditzy print. So let's do the blue. Wouldn't a shirt in that look fab? Oh, I've got them. Sorry, I've got 2 more. That's gorgeous. Yeah, I'd like a shirt in that. That's called True North. And then in the cream, beautiful. I could use this 1,000 times. That's lovely. Yeah, it's just very, very easy to use. And if you've got any of Janet's other collections, they work well with each other, really well. £8.99 a half metre again. And then the last two, these are like a fishing net. And lovely, actually, this gorgeous kind of warm caramel and a teal. Let's do this one first. So it's like a fishing net. It's called net rope. Gorgeous, that. It could almost be a sort of mock croc or a mock snake skin as well, couldn't it? Very much. These fabrics would be fabulous to overprint as well. If you like fabric stamping or fabric printing, at Harrogate, at the Knitting and Stitching Show, I was next to the Indian Block Print Company with their wooden blocks. Oh, it did indulge quite a lot. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I was chatting to them saying, can we get you on Sewing Street? I would love you to come on Sewing Street. I think they're thinking about it. How lovely is that? That's in the teal. Gorgeous. Right, that's Janet Clare, all wrapped up. Right, now I mentioned earlier on an extra wide. We had a look at this one already. This is the Fabulous Pinks, okay. That's £12.99 a half metre. That's the fuchsia. More in baskets than I've got. But then I've also, this amazing price point actually, amazing price point. But I've also got this one, which is, I'm going to call it neutral. I mean, it's called Vanilla. It's really sort of lovely, rich, buttery, magnolia shades. It's beautiful, absolutely stunning. That's lovely. Again, 100% cotton, 108 inches wide. Beautiful. Again, let me just show you what. This is what half a metre looks like. You get so much. So usable. So usable. This, I mean, how lovely would this be for dressmaking? You know, beautiful. I think that's such a flattering colour. Vanilla. Vanilla. Or I remember once when I was teaching in Dudley in the West Midlands, and I was saying to my Year 2 class, they were doing a thing about their favourite foods. And a little girl in the class told me that her favourite food was gorilla ice cream, which I thought was adorable, absolutely adorable. Not vanilla, gorilla ice cream. Right, that's our gorilla fabric. Okay, now I've got 4 gorgeous bundles of Guess How Much I Love You. Now, talking about being a primary school teacher, let me do the 2 with panels. Just a beautiful book. If you've got children or grandchildren, you probably know this book better than I ever could. It's a gorgeous book, beautiful motifs, gorgeous illustrations. Now, this is a bundle. You get these fabulous fabrics. I'll show you them in a little bit more detail in a second. But you get these absolutely beautiful, stunning, actually, fabrics. So you've got that lovely pink motif in there, but you've also got lots of neutrals, which is a lovely colour for a nursery. But look, you also get this panel. Should be £60.93. It's always a good sign when I say it should be, because that means it's not today. We're taking a fiver off, £55.93, and that's our lowest ever price. So you have Guess How Much I Love You across the top. You have I Love You as high as I can hop. I love you as high as I can reach. I love you right up to the moon and back, sleeping under the big bright moon. And then at the bottom, again, Guess How Much I Love You. Now, you could add some borders here. You could cut this up and create cushions. You could even create a sort of mini book almost. But look at all those lovely coordinates that you get included. These are official licensed fabrics. This is the original artwork that you get in the book, but turned into gorgeous fabric. You've got this wonderful all-over design with the little rabbit, the mouse, the hedgehog, the little bird. Super cute. 1/2 metre of each of these. The spot, again, I'd like a bolt of that, please. How useful is that? Some of these we do have by the 1/2 metre, by the way, worth checking. You get the sort of rondelles, these little circular motifs. Again, think baby bags, changing mats, receiving blankets. Again, how useful is that? Gorgeous little cream and tan all over print. You also get this sort of etched design with the line drawings. And it's a lovely sort of peachy pink, isn't it? It's not too pink. I have the book by my side. Oh, Bernadette. Oh, it's lovely. It is a gorgeous book. It is a gorgeous book. It's one of those books that every school's got, and I think almost every parent's got. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful book. And this is the fabric from the book. And that stripe, again, absolutely beautiful. Could use that in so many ways. So the whole bundle then, you get 6.5 metres of fabric, and you get that beautiful panel. You're making a £5 saving. It's £55.93. What would you do with it? What would you do? Oh, you could make a basket or a box or a cube, padded. You could make actually like a doorstop out of these, couldn't you? Have them as the 4 sides, a plain base and a top with a little handle. That would be fab. £55.93 for that. So that's the sort of pinky peachy version. Oh, Bernadette's a great grandma. I think that's lovely. Are you a great grandmother or a great grandmother? I'm sure you're both. Right, I've also got a gorgeous bundle of that in blue. This is stunning. Some different designs, some the same, a little bit different. This is the different design that you've got in here. Oh, that's gorgeous. Again, you make that £5 saving. It's a real cornflower blue, isn't it? Beautiful cornflower. You've got your etched design. You've got your motifs. Oh, somebody passed me an iron. You've got those spots again. Love that bit of neutral in there. I would mix this with some seeded natural cotton or some cream. You've got your little all over. Look at this stripe in the blue. How smart. I'd like pyjamas in that. It's proper pyjama stripe, that. And then, here's the panel. Same 6 sections to it. So you get the kind of 2 repeats of Guess How Much I Love You. But, look, I'll just pop them side by side. They are different to each other. They're kind of flipped. So one goes one way, one goes the other, which is quite useful. And then you've got those 4 big motifs. As high as I can reach, as high as I can hop, to the moon and back, and sleeping under the big bright moon. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. £5 saving today. If we've got any left tomorrow, the price will go back up to £60.93 where it should be. So just be aware that £5 saving is just for today. Love it. Love it. Right, I've got some flannel bundles in the same fabric range. Now you can absolutely mix your brushed cottons with your regular cottons. They work really well actually in a quilt. So you've got some areas that are more snuggly, more tactile, some that are smoother. You get 3.5 meters per bundle. So you could mix these in. So we've got the little bunny on the moon. Now, if you've never used flannel before, let me just break it down for you. It's a brushed, so the right side of the fabric has been brushed to give it a really, it feels fluffy. It's not fluffy, but it feels like it. It feels more snuggly, more sort of, I don't know, it's a difficult one to describe. I mean, if you've ever had flannel sheets or flannel pajamas, you know what this feels like, absolutely. Maybe almost a velvety feeling to it. Although it doesn't sort of technically have a direction. Do you know what I mean? Where we'd say a nap. So if you were using this for dressmaking, you could use it anyway. It wouldn't make a difference. The third fabric is absolutely gorgeous. £25 and 97 pence. Or is it, Hannah? Oh, be quick, be quick, be quick. Kath says, gorgeous flannel fabric it is. And look, naughty Hannah has just dropped it to £19.99. I love it. Andrea says, made a quilt for our great-granddaughter Madeline. That's a lovely name. In the peachy, guess how much I love you for Christmas. It looks beautiful. I said that really quietly, Andrea, in case Madeline is watching. Oh, it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I love that. Carol says, morning, Stuart. It seems like forever since you were last on. Yesterday? Weren't you watching? Carol, we missed you. I did have about 8-9 days at home, though, which was lovely. I marzipanned the Christmas cakes. I made oodles of mince pies. I didn't think I was ever going to find any marzipan, actually. It was like there was a worldwide shortage, and Charlie eventually found some for me. And he literally was sort of triumphant walking into the kitchen. Yeah. Oh. That's the peach. And then we've got the cornflower blue. Steph messaged me to say, oh, cornflower blue makes me think of my mum. Actually, makes me think of my mum too. My mum's eyes were cornflower blue. That really gorgeous, clear blue. Isn't it beautiful? You've got this fabulous all-over print. And you can see there, flannel fabrics can often have a rather hazy appearance to the print. Look how sharply defined these designs are. It's absolutely beautiful. You're making that saving again. £19.99. That is tremendous, actually, Hannah. That is tremendous. Now, that says 3 meters on there. It should be 1.5 meters. Okay, it's 3.5 meters. It's 3.5 meters for £19.99. You've got the little bunnies sleeping on the moon. Oh, Mo's got in touch. Morning, Mo. She says, morning, handsome. Merry Christmas. Thank you, my love. Merry Christmas to you as well. Carol says, sorry, Stuart, I didn't watch yesterday. 7 a.m. started. Oh, Carol, do you know, I hate it when work gets in the way of a good time. Day off today. I hope you're able to spend it with us. We've got a lovely morning coming up. That is beautiful, isn't it? Love the background as well, with those little sort of silhouetted leaves. It's just gorgeous. Imagine something like a very simple, snuggly quilt, or even a sort of blankie. So just do sort of flannel on one side and cotton on the other, or flannel on both sides, bagged out, and that's it. No wadding inside. You don't have to put wadding inside. You could just have it as a snuggly blankie, and it is so lovely and tactile. I think probably with 0.5 meters, you could make a little baby grow, not a stretchy one, you know, but like a little sleeping bag type thing, couldn't you? 1.5 in total. And a lovely cheeky little saving from our Hannah there. Ooh, they've gone. Now, I mentioned panels earlier on. I've got panels. So if you love the Guess How Much I Love You, you could use this, plus maybe some coordinates. We'll do the peachy first. $9.99. That seems amazing price for this. That's an amazing price. I was thinking $14.99 at least. Yeah, it is the actual illustrations from the book. This is licensed fabric. That does mean, just be aware, that does mean that you can't make and sell. Not for charity, not for profit. You can't make and sell licensed fabric unless you get specific permission from the publisher. But that is beautiful. You can gift them. Most people are buying these to gift, I think. Just lovely. Use it as a whole panel, cut it down, add some patchwork, add some strips, some borders. Lots of possibilities there. Lots and lots of possibilities. That's the pink. I've also got the blue version. This, I think, would work very nicely with like a light denim fabric. Light in colour and light weight would look lovely, wouldn't it? Or something like calico. Just give it a lovely homespun look. You know, I think there's 2 times when the majority of people come to quilting. One of them is retirement, and the other one is a baby. You know, you're having a baby, someone you know is having a baby, and a quilt or something quilty, something fabricy is such a beautiful, harmonious gift for someone having a baby because it's soft, it's gentle, it's caring, it's warm. It's all the things we want to give, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. Just need to let you know on this one in the blue, I've got 9 left when you've checked out your baskets. Not a lot, I'm afraid. Sarah says, morning Stuart, lovely to see you. Hope you and Charlie have a fantastic Christmas and New Year. Sending hugs and lots of love from Sarah and Roberto in Scorton in North Yorkshire. Ah, Sarah, Roberto, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to both of you as well. That's really kind, thank you. We're looking forward to a lovely, dare I say, peaceful Christmas? Who knows? I think the minute you say, oh, we're just having a quiet one, is when people suddenly arrive. Not that that would be a problem. Ah, that's lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Numbers are dwindling. Check out your baskets, won't you? If you want the blue or the pink panel, only $9.99. I think that's an amazing price. Absolutely brill. Do have a look on the website as well, won't you? Some of those fabrics, coordinates are available by the ½ metre. Are either of the stripes available, Hannah? The pink or the blue stripe? They're both available. See, I think if you buy no other coordinate to go with this, get yourself ½ metre or 1 metre of the stripe. And if you're not buying the panel, get yourself ½ metre of the stripe, because that would be a very, very useful stash fabric. A nice little stripe will always go into a project. A lovely bag, a lovely quilt, always a useful fabric. Right, shall we do the pattern? Let's do the pattern. Now, do I have the bags? They were floating around. They're just, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. You think of everything. Thank you. Now, yesterday, I launched a brand new trio of bags pattern. I launched my first trio of bags pattern last year, and I know lots of you have made many, many versions of those bags. I wanted to bring out a new pattern. So although this is called version 2, you don't need the original trio of bags to make these. They don't follow on in any way. These are 3 brand new bags. You get all 3 patterns in one for $11.99, so amazing value. Let me show you the bags. I've called them the Maxi, the Midi and the Mini. They're all super bags. This is the Maxi. And I've tried to vary lots of different things throughout the bag, so you get really good experience. If you've never made bags before, this is a great opportunity to learn almost all the skills you'll ever need for bag making. So this one, gorgeous, large, tote style, but still very, very stylish. You've got a magnetic band across the top, okay? You've got large outer pockets on both sides. You've got your sew-on handles. I've used sew-on handles. You could make fabric ones. I've also put a removable shoulder strap on. You've got a gorgeous big roomy interior as well. This one uses in-R form or foam to create the structure. And this has a 3-part gusset to create the shape and the depth to the bag. Okay, so that's the maxi. Now the midi is a mid-sized, more of a shoulder or handbag style. So you can see it fits really nicely over your shoulder. You've got the option of a shoulder strap as well. On the outside, you've got this gorgeous kind of graceful, shapely top, very easy to do, shaped kangaroo style pockets on both sides. Lovely opportunity to show off a feature fabric there. Now this one uses a different wadding or interfacing. So I've used H630, H640, that kind of thing. You could even use regular quilt wadding here. Now to create shape on this bag, you're going to do boxed corners, so a different way of shaping a bag. So you're learning different things in every bag. You've also got a magnetic snap inside the bag this time and a slip pocket as well. So new skills to learn, another way to move your bag making on. The final bag is called the mini. So this is on a wristlet. Now that wristlet is completely optional. Okay, and completely removable as well. If you wanted to, you could leave the D-ring attachment off completely, or you could put one on either side and then have a shoulder strap for this. You have a flap pocket, so learn how to make flaps, learn how to do cam snaps. You've got a slip pocket. You've also got some gorgeous little folded flange strips here, really nice little decorator. You've also got a zipper pocket on the other side. Try to make all of these bags as useful as possible. So gorgeous lined pocket there. And then you've got that fabulous zippered interior as well. Loads of space in there. Again, you're learning different skills here. How to make zip ends, how to put your zips in, your flap, your flange, your popper, your wristlet. And again, this is a really useful addition to all kinds of bags. Lots and lots of different ways you can mix and match and use your fabrics. This one has just interfacing inside it. So another way of padding a bag. And the shaping on this one, it's got a flat profile, but to create a bit more elegance, I've rounded out the bottoms, and that's also reflected in the flap. So again, you're learning different things with every bag, but all beginner friendly. Now your pattern, remember, features all 3 bags. You don't have to choose. Oh, Sam, what a lovely message. She says, a great bag, Stuart. You're so talented. That's really kind, Sam. I appreciate that very, very much indeed. Hillary says, morning, lovely. I bought the Tilda fabric ready to make your bags. Excellent. I mean, this would look great in Tilda. I use Tilda, but you could use any fabric for this. But just to show you, inside the pattern, photographed in our very own studio, of course, you've got the maxi, all step-by-steps, the midi, all step-by-steps, and the mini. All different, all thoroughly gone through, and a few extra pictures there on the back. So a big, I think 14, 15-page booklet there for $11.99. Bags you're going to make again and again and again. Now, if you want to get hold of your copy of instructions, grab them now because they are dwindling. We sold a lot yesterday. We sold more today. So if you want to grab the pattern while it's still in print, Today's a very good day. If you're buying anything else, remember, your postage is already paid. This is a physical pattern, by the way. No download available. Physical pattern only. So if you want to grab it. Joyce says, love your bag pattern, Stuart. These will be another lot to my collection. Oh, thank you. Well, the good news is as well, none of these bags are in Bags for Life. None of them are in my next book, which is out next year, which is also bags. These are all standalone patterns and they're exclusive to Sewing Street. You can't buy these anywhere else. Carol says, morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you. Missed you yesterday. Happy Christmas to you and Charlie from Carol in Warrington. Merry Christmas to you as well, Carol, and a very happy and very, very crafty New Year as well. Sandra Rushton is in the house, by the way. She's just come through into the studio, ready for her 9 o'clock show. If you've fallen in love with the quilt behind me, or I am absolutely in love with the brand new quilt, Rainbow Drops. It is stunning. Look at this. Absolutely incredible. I'm going to say, I think, this is my personal opinion, this is Sandra's best quilt she's ever done that I've seen. I think it's stunning, absolutely stunning. The stained glass effect, the ombre, the impact. Is it raindrops? Are they angel's wings? You know what, I think this is a really could be a really healing quilt to make for somebody, or to make if you need a bit of healing as well. I think it's lovely, really lovely. Is that a bit soppy to say that? I just think it is. I think it's lovely. Oh, might have to make that, Sandra. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Do love a rainbow. I do love a rainbow. Right, keep going through for your instructions. Thank you everyone who's bought them, and also thank you so much for all the fabulous and beautiful messages that people sent me yesterday. Really appreciate your support very much, and I really appreciate it when you're as excited about a new release of a pattern as I am. It's wonderful. Right, we're going to go to a little break. When we're back, as I said, Sandra Rushton is in the house, tangling everything in sight and also quilting everything in sight. So stick around for some fabulous demos and some fabulous kits. See you after this.
Christmas is just around the corner. But don't panic. There is still time to order your Christmas goodies. Christmas delivery is still available. Merry Christmas from Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Oh, look who's joined me. It's Sandra Rushton. Sandra, it's so lovely to see you.
It's lovely to see you too.
And thank you for bringing this exquisite quilt.
Do you know, yes.
It's just so lovely.
It was, now this is going to sound daft, it was in my head. And I thought I'll be really good this time and I'll sit and I'll plan. I've got all the paper and the colouring pencils and everything to plan it. And within 20 minutes, I thought, you know what, I'm just going to make it because I knew exactly where it was going.
Yeah.
And I wrote things down as I was going. And I think that's how I learn, I think. And that's how things come. It's very spontaneous.
It's absolutely stunning. Now, you might be thinking, oh my goodness, Stuart, I must need about 20 gazillion fabrics because I need 8 different shades of every single colour. This is going to be a nightmare. This isn't going to be a nightmare at all. This is a dream of a quilt.
It is, yeah. I mean, it makes it sound like I did this in 2 minutes. Of course, everything from the initial concept of the drawing, where then all the fabrics took some time, of course. And I wanted to do an ombre fabric, which is one of the things that was on my kind of bucket list.
So the fabric is printed in that shaded.
It is. And I printed these, I made these fabrics specifically for this quilt. And that's the beauty of being lucky to have that kind of equipment. I said, this is what I want, so this is how I'm going to do it. So I chose the colours, I chose how they were going to ombre, and then everything else sort of came about, and it was done purely so I could create this quilt.
It's absolutely stunning, and I think could be very meaningful for a lot of people, Sandra. I know we were talking in the break about that sort of, you've got a winter birthday, I've got a winter birthday, needing that lift, needing that sort of brightness, that positivity, that kind of, I mean, I was listening to the radio this morning driving in, and it was a program about window displays at Selfridges, but it was really interesting. And they were talking to an artist, and he said, colour is life.
Yes.
Colour is life, and it really is. It brings so much joy to people.
It does. This has. So every time I look at it,
It
if I can keep Benji off it, that is. I mean, it works both ways. We've put it this way because we have said it looks wings. And you think, well, why did you not call it wings? If you turn it the other way around and have the dark colour at the top, come into the light at the bottom, it does look a little bit, it feels a little bit like raindrops.
Yeah.
So it depends how you want to display it and what you want to do with it. You've got sort of 2 ways of seeing it,
It's
really.
absolutely stunning.
Thank you.
And that is beautiful, isn't it? And you can really appreciate there that soft ombre effect. Now, it's pieced, but all of those colours come in ombre panels. So you're cutting strips and then cutting them down to create that ombre effect. Confident beginner level?
Absolutely, yes. I've really gone to town with the instructions.
You have. The instructions are superb. We were talking earlier on about, what's with all the five sentence instructions. This is a proper booklet. This explains everything.
Well, this is it. I mean, I did it this way. You could look at it and think, my goodness me, there's so many instructions.
Yeah.
But that's not why I did it. I didn't want to give you just an A4 piece of paper with a few notes on it. I wanted to explain. Yeah, look at that, see?
Yeah.
So many different.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you open it, you can see I've given you pointers to start with. So I've told you what fabrics, pointers to start with. Each of the columns, as you can see, is in a section. And as I get further along, of course, you get a little bit less because you've got the idea of how you're sort of going to work it. And then at the end, it gives you a little bit of information.
Bit of terminology.
Points to consider, yeah. terminology. I just wanted you to know what I was calling a strip, what I was calling a piece, and what I was calling a column. And those 3 words really make it
demystifies.
Easy. It does. This just for guidance, of course. So don't look at this and think, well, mine may look a bit different than that. This might be a little bit short or long. This took John and I about 5 hours.
I could
to
imagine.
put together, because all these pieces, so it's sort of a pictorial version, so they're not sort of to scale measurements, but it gives you an idea.
Yeah.
As long as this one and this one match, this one and this one match, and this one and this one and this one, you see where it's going?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
So you could change it round if you wanted to have the pinks in the centre and ombre a different way, or the greens in the centre. You could do that because you've got the same amount of each.
Same
fabric,
amount
haven't
of
you?
each of those fabrics. Yes, of course you could. Yes. You
Chris from Greater Manchester sent in
Hi,
a lovely
Chris.
message. She says, Sandra, that quilt is so pretty.
Thank you. I really enjoyed making
It
it.
is absolutely lovely. Would you like some really good news? The price is dropping. It should be $149.99. This is a beautiful quilt. This is 73 inches square. It's a lot of quilt already for $149.99. You're going to pay $129.99. That is the price. If you've already checked out your baskets, lots of you already have.
you, everybody.
You are going to pay $129.99. Now, just be aware, 1/3 of the stock's gone. If you want to grab the quilt kit, please be quick. Sandra, come with me. Let's
I'm
go and have a
coming.
look
Coming.
at the lovely bundle.
Here we go.
This is stunning. So first and foremost, of course, you get your pattern.
You do, yes. Yeah. As complex taken out of it, I've done it as simple as I can. It's all lines, columns, everything that you need is in there.
It is. Once you've demystified everything, it's a
Yeah.
very easy to construct quilt.
absolutely.
And then I'm just going to pop these down just as they are to start with, and then I'm going to open them out. But I just want you
Yes.
to see initially the colour palette. So, of course, the first thing I had to do was put these into a little bit of a rainbow order. I love the print on this fabric.
Yes, it's so delicate, isn't it? You've got a nice little repeat going on there, but it's not the be-all and the end-all. That's not what we see when we first look at the quilt. It's about the colours. But we could have done it just plains, but having this lovely little print in it brings it all together, doesn't it?
Oh, it really does, and it adds a gorgeous softness. Now, Sandra, would you just
I will. Here we
this
go.
is fab. Look, I just love the way that ombres from the very darkest pink right
Right up
through
to, here we go.
to the very lightest, and literally every shade in between. I mean, if you just want to get hold of these incredible fabrics, so useful to have in your stash, there are some opportunities to do that. But why not get yourself the quilt kit, and then you've got them all, plus a couple of exclusive fabrics.
Absolutely, yes. As I say, I did this specifically for the quilt, so we're letting you have the rainbow colours by the ½ metre if that's what you want to do. But there's some of them you're not going to be able to. Look at this
Absolutely fab.
Yeah, because I've chose the colours.
Yeah.
I've not just clicked red here and white there. I've actually gone for it. So that's a very sort of a soft peachy colour
Yeah, it's
almost,
almost
isn't
coral, isn't it?
Yeah, so you've got that lovely sort of combination going through as well.
It is absolutely gorgeous. So you're getting the same quantity of each of your rainbow colours, which means that when you actually lay out your quilt, if you prefer, you can change up the order
Of course.
that you go in.
Look at that one.
Yeah,
Again,
that's
it's
lovely.
not going to white at the bottom because you've got this white print. I've chosen where it's gone, so the colour palette's so subtle.
You really could change the look, actually, of the quilt, couldn't you, by changing the order of the colours? Because if the centre was the purples and the lilacs...
Yes, and then you get lighter outside.
Yeah,
It's almost glowing around the outside.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Be prepared to get your colouring pencils out.
I know. But
Sorry,
go, that's
Sandra.
all right. I love this one.
Here's that gorgeous, real, almost like citrine,
Very,
isn't
very
it?
sunshine, isn't it? All in one go. And again, it goes down to this soft lemon, almost like a sorbet.
This is just a fabulous, fabulous idea, Sandra, doing these ombre fabrics.
It works, and
So
it means
useful.
that you get more than one colour in one cut.
Massively,
I'm all for that.
massively. Huge value. The greens next.
This goes to a lovely apple green.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
softy, so you sort of go from
Oh,
a foresty green, and you get that lovely sort of
Brilliant.
apple at that end.
All printed at your HQ?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. All
You know
printed
you're going to
there.
get amazing quality from Sandra. 100% cotton, of course. Over half the stock's gone. Now, just be aware, I really don't have a lot of these quilt kits left. If you want to get involved, don't miss out. Don't miss out.
Good.
The blues, oh, this makes me happy. This makes me very happy because you've got those really sort of intense, almost purple blues here, fading right through to the colour of a summer sky.
Oh, it's lovely.
But you see this, I want just that because I want to be able to do a landscape or a seascape or
Absolutely.
so useful.
This is it. And because you've got that lovely sort of effect in, oh, hang on, we've got two purples in there. They're the same.
Should it be one?
Yeah, it's all right. They're exactly the same fabric, the same thing. Oh,
That's
no, hang
just
on.
a plain one.
Let me give you that one for a minute. No, we are
That's
right.
the binding. That's the binding.
It. That was the, yeah, we shouldn't have got to that yet. There we go.
You see, there are some
That's it.
exclusive fabrics.
Yeah.
Oh, see, now that's beautiful.
It is, goes this lovely lilac. This lilac is, colour within here is what I've chosen for the binding. So again, I've been able to sort of pick that. I've gone for that colour, and rather than do it full ombre, I've actually done the half metre just in that colour.
Yeah.
You don't want an ombre
This
in
is
your
almost
binding.
sort of amethyst, isn't it?
It is. It's very jewel-like. It goes beautifully with that blue.
That's my birthstone.
Is it?
Amethyst.
Tanzanite.
Is it?
Yes.
I love amethyst. And then you've got your silvery grey, your ash, your charcoal.
Again, complements beautifully because, of course, all the colours are chosen to go together.
Just, Sandra, I'm in love with this quilt. Just have a look again. Such a beauty. Are they angel wings? Is it raindrops? Is it a stained glass window? I think such a meaningful, well, the best art is open to interpretation.
Absolutely,
isn't
it is. And like with everything I do in Sanntangle, you get choices.
Yeah.
So if you want to do it a little bit differently than I have, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah,
Do it.
love it. Now, also within your kit,
Yes,
you get
you
your
get that
binding
purple.
fabric. This is your way you've got like just the mid-toned amethyst.
yes.
There's your binding.
All right.
You've also got your blue border. Now you get a metre of this, don't you?
You do, of course, because the border, I think it's a 5-inch border all the way around, so you want plenty to go at. And as you can see, it's that lovely sort of almost summer sky blue that was in the ombre, but I've done it as just a single colour because, again, you don't want the ombre in the border, you want to have it all the same.
Sure.
So
And if you've ever wondered what buying meterage of Sandra's fabrics comes out like, well, exactly like this. So you print by the half metre,
I
but
do, yeah.
people can buy multiples.
They
and it
can,
comes
yeah,
as one
and it'll
piece.
come as one piece, yes.
For example,
this one.
this is your
Goodness
deepest
me.
charcoal, and you get
Yes.
3 metres of this.
You do, yes. This is what's going to sort of make those colours pop. So,
Yeah.
yes, you are going to
Sandra,
get a
this
lot
is
of this.
That's incredible. That is such a lot of fabric.
Yeah, it is.
I can't believe the price is only $129.99. You're getting 8 half metres of the ombre colours. You're getting your half metre binding, your metre of blue for your border, 3 metres of the charcoal to create your leading on your stained glass, if that's how you see it. It's incredible. And the pattern, of course, as well. All for $129.99. Sally from Bedfordshire says, wow, beautiful quilt. It almost looks like a pair of wings. It really does,
I've got it
Sally.
here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It really
It's quite a
does.
piece.
Beautiful. Kate in Merseyside says, what a gorgeous quilt. It's reminiscent, oh yes, of one of those beaded curtains with a design, or a
yes.
big macrame piece. It's so clever. And so open to interpretation.
Yes, it is. It's nice to
Soft,
have that
subtle.
option, isn't it?
Yeah, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I just want to let you know, we're going to go to a demo now, but all of these ombre fabrics, there's 8 different ombre fabrics.
one.
7 different ombre. So your classic rainbow,
Yeah.
okay? All of these are available individually as ombre fabrics. Now, I'll just show you very quickly. You can buy these in multiple half metres if you want. And your selvages are here. So your ombres are going across the width of the fabric.
They are, yes.
Okay, so you'd have vertical changes of colour. Okay, so very, very useful. Have a look on the website if you want to while we're at demo. Sandra, what can you show us?
Could I have my instructions back, Stuart, please, if you don't mind? Thank you very much.
I was, well,
Hand
all
it over.
right then. Trying to keep that.
Okay. So what I wanted to show you is how to sort of get your first strip going. I'm not going to look at the yellow ones. The yellow ones here are slightly thinner. They're 1.5 inches. Everything after that is 2 inches. So I'm going to do one of the pink ones so you can see where I'm at. So let's have a look at my little guide for a start. So the pink ones, all colour here. So I've got column number 8, which goes with number 21. And then I've got column number 7 that goes with, 8 that goes with 20 and 7 that goes with 21. So you see that they're mirror imaged. So it doesn't matter, in a sense, if you've got a little bit of an odd edge at the bottom or the top, it's going to happen. We all find that. As long as the mirror image matches, you're going to get that effect.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at one of these. It says, look, column 8. So let's go to column 8. What I've actually done here for you, giving you a few little bits and pieces to get you going. And it tells you the columns as you go. So yellow, column 13, 15. Orange, 12 and 16. So here we go. What do we want? We want the pink. Here we go. Pink, 8 and 20. So these are the two that are going to mirror. One on the left, one on the right. So 2 times 2 inch strips with the fabric of pink ombre from the darkest edge. So let's have a look at that first, because as we've already mentioned, one edge is dark and one edge goes to the light. So if I actually, for cutting this out, and I do get asked this, I'm sure you do, Stuart, quite a bit. How do you do that? So the width of fabric, see, I've got the fluffy bits at the top of the fabric. That's my little edge
That's
there.
your selve edge.
That's it. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to put that together and then I'm going to fold it back. Now you see I've already cut some off this, so I've got a really nice, neat edge there. So what I've done is I've taken my ruler, I've got a stripology, and I've cut a 2 inch strip. Now, because it says in the instructions here, look, pink, 8 and 20, I would cut both at once. Hence it says 2 times 2 inch, because we're going to work the two together.
Got you.
Okay.
So the instructions are for working both strips.
Both strips, and it does
Understood.
tell you that a little bit further on as well. Work both strips together.
Yeah.
For the demo, I'm going to just cut one.
Sure.
So here it is. Here's my strip. So if I open it out, there it is. I've got my darkest. It's really clear to my lightest. And it says here from the darkest edge. So that's the darkest. That's what I'm going to cut from in a moment. I also need 2 columns the same. Look, starting with charcoal, pink and black. So let's cut my charcoal. Now, charcoal-wise, because the strips in between, they're slightly smaller, and again, it shows you this in the instructions, they're 1.25 inches. But we are going to need some of those strips to completely cut this up. So we've got the horizontals.
Yeah.
So I've got a few of those in a bag ready. My advice would be is just to cut what you need as you're going, so then you get anything that's left at the end, you've got more of it rather than having lots of these little strips. So here we go. I've got my strips, and look, they're all...
And you could almost use your offcuts of your longer strips.
Of
to cut
course you
those,
can to
couldn't
get
you?
these. So, you know, just be a little bit savvy with your fabrics.
Oh, we're savvy, Sandra.
Absolutely.
Anyone who does patchwork, it's in our DNA.
So you see there, look, I've got my 2 inch, and then that's 1.25, which kind of matches in with my longer bits. It does tell you how many you need, so we're good to go with that. So I've got those. So here we go. You also need then, I've done that, to make the 2 columns the same. So let's do one.
Would you like a cutting mat, by the way?
I've got one here.
Oh, you have?
I'm just going to pass this over
Oh, of course, sorry. Just leave all my stuff lying around.
That's all
Sandra.
right. I've got one. Yeah, I thought I'd go, you know, and have...
Charlie's constantly cleaning up after me.
So, okay.
I wish.
Cutting
I
that.
wish.
So it says cut from the darkest, okay? I do like a rotary cutter, but you know what I'm like. So I do have my glove.
Oh, you've got your klutz glove.
I do, yes. I'm not going to do that again, trust me. So, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sort of take off that little bit of white there, because that's what's left from printing. There we go. So it says pink 8. Right, you will need pink 1 times 11 inch. So what I'm going to do is do a bit of a measurement. Here we go. I can use the board to help me with that, you see. There's my 11 inch there, all right? So if I cut my 11 inch to start with, And this is how we would work it, honestly. I would do these two at the same time, get them stitched together and then move on. So I'm going to put that to one side. And then it says 3 times 6.5 inch. So I'm going to carry it on. I'm going to move this along. And I'm going to look for my 6.5. Just a second, I did have a friction. Just to make life a little bit easier. Here we go, there's my 6.5. And then if I do another 6.5. So I would use a bigger ruler when I'm at home. I just travelled light today. I don't want to see a huge ruler all over the place.
Sure.
Let's keep it simple. Okay, so there you go, there's a 6.5. And again, I'm putting that notice, I'm putting it next to it.
Yeah.
Same again, taking this one, line that up. There's my
Don't
next
forget,
one.
you've also got that chart, that coloured in chart at the back. You've got a picture of the quilt.
Yep.
So there's lovely reference points as well. There's lots of guidance there for your colour placement. But feel free to play around with that.
Absolutely, yeah. Just moving all those over there because I'm giving myself a nice line so I can see where things are. It says 1 4.5 inch. So here we go again, like 1 4.5 inch. Let's do it that way so I don't have to work backwards. 1 4.5 inch, 1 3.5 inch. So there's my 3.5. Then I want 2 times 2 inch. So here we go, there's a 2 inch and there's a 2 inch. Okay, so I've really made use of the fabrics here. I didn't really want much waste at all.
No, for sure.
And of course, because it's ombre, you've got to sort of work one side or the other, see? So there we go. And again, I'm putting these as I cut them along the side there. There's the next one. And there's the next one.
Anne's messaged on Facebook. She says, fabulous, Sandra. What patience you have.
Oh, thank you. Well, do you know what? I think it's one of those things that once you get into it, you kind of sort of get to that rhythm, don't you, going? So
You do.
there's my waist, look, from my little bits.
Amazing.
But
I
I've
think
got
as
them all in a
well-
row.
And I think as well, you were so used to making blocks
Yeah.
for a quilt. But if you think of that each row as a block, you've got 27 blocks to make.
Absolutely.
But your blocks are literally rectangle, strip, all sewn in a line. That's it, that's your block.
That's it.
No real points to match. No,
No.
they're all offset.
They are. Yeah, that's how it is. So you see here, if this was my first one, I would place this. So you can see I've got my darkest, then a piece dark, then a piece dark, then a piece. You can see how it works. I'm not going to cut the black ombre because of course that take ages. It's the same way. I'm just going to show you how I put this together. So each one, you see it's getting lighter. And see, I've got that the wrong way around already. You can see it, okay? Darkest is getting lighter as I work my way up. A little bit of a train going on here. So what I would do is take this piece and I'm going to stitch that one to that piece like this. Okay, and again, I use 1/4 inch seams for all of mine. But again, sometimes, you know, you look at your own machine, don't you? And you think, actually, it's going to work if I do this. Find yourself a guide and use that. As long as you use the same sewing machine and the same seam all the way along, you're going to end up with the same thing. So don't worry about it. I think sometimes we worry about getting things so perfect. It doesn't matter. So you see, I've stitched that one together. I'm bringing it back. Now it's this one to this one. So what I'm going to do, as well as putting that on, I'm going to stitch it that way round. So I'm going to keep alternating.
Okay.
It just helps keep things straight. Because as we all know, if you're starting to sew a straight line, it's going to go off a bit.
Yeah, it sort of evens out your inconsistencies.
It
doesn't
does,
it?
yeah. And we all have a lot of those, don't we?
We do. We all have our little sort of funny quirks as we're sewing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. See, this one, like, I'm going to sew on the top. All right, back to the machine. Now, if you need to, you know, if you haven't got the space, you can always sort of label them or put a clip on the piece that you've got to stitch to which, or friction pen. You say, oh, you know, 1's going to 2, which is going to 3, that kind of thing. See, though, this time, this one's going there, and I'm going to sew it that way. So just keep alternating it as you go.
Got you. And you don't press as you go, do a big pressing session at the end?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a batch producer. I think
Yeah.
a lot of my training was on a factory floor.
Okay.
So,
Tell me more about that.
oh, well, when I was, 16?
Yeah.
Left school. I was like, I wanted to go to college to do music, and my mum and dad were like, do you know what? Your brother made such a mess of going to college. You're not doing it. Go and get a job. Oh, no. So I was like, okay, go to night school, which is what I did.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I worked for a company that used to make trousers for a really good high fashion retail store. And used to do the darts, did those, because I can put a dart in without measuring completely.
Wow. So you were one of the machinists?
I was one of the machinists, yes. So I worked from there. I ended up in the, I left there for a little bit, did national coldboard jackets, used to sew sleeves in. Hard work, full of fleas, it was awful, that fabric was.
I'm sorry, what?
It was full, it used to come into the factory, it was full of fleas.
The fabric was?
Yes, it was.
Oh, where had it been?
I have no idea.
Somewhere flea-ridden.
Of course, we don't have a national coldboard anymore, do
No, we
So-
don't.
So I went back to work for the company. I ended up in the, I've done cutting room, done patterns, digitised patterns to make them different sizes. And yeah, I've been in then doing costings. So I used to take the designers, you know, fabric and patterns, and I used to say, right, okay, this is how much fabric you're going to need to make 12. And I used to say, this is how, you know, the cutting room would cut it.
Yes.
And the odd
Isn't it
occasion
interesting, Sandra, how life goes full circle and the different routes we take is so interesting.
Crazy,
to hear
isn't
your story.
it? Yeah. I mean, the odd occasion you used to go to the cutting room, they go, I can't cut this, you've put it too close together, or the stripes won't match. And because I'd actually spent some time on a cutting room, actually as a job,
Yeah.
I could actually take hold of the knife, the blade, or whatever, and say, look, well, if I can cut it, you can. And I'm sure they loved me for that. But that was my job.
Yeah.
That was my job.
But often, I think lots of us have got similar experiences where we've known somebody who's worked their way from the shop floor up to management, and they're always better managers because they understand what it's like.
Exactly.
To be, you know, I remember our local supermarket store manager. He had started as a trolley collector when he was 15 in the store. And had literally gone through every role in the supermarket and ended up as manager. And he genuinely understood the challenges of every role.
That's it. So you can actually fight the corner, can't you, if you need to?
Interesting, very interesting. Fran, thank you for your message on Facebook. Fran's asked if she's having a few problems with her rotary cutter. Fran, not ignoring it. In our tools hour at 10 o'clock, we will talk rotary cutters, Fran, and I will try and if you can, try and give me a bit more clarity on the issues that you're having. Have you always had these issues with rotary cutting, or are they just now sort of rearing their ugly head? Let me know, and I'll try and answer that as best I can at 10.
I think it's always make sure it's sharp.
Yes.
You know, the last thing you want is a blunt blade on your rotary cutter.
I know, it's such a simple thing,
do
but
it.
how
We
often do we do it?
We
change
do it.
the blade, change the
Should.
needle.
Absolutely. It's really important. And keep your fingers out of the way. I still can't feel the top of my finger, and I did. I severed the tendon at the top of my finger in May, first week of May. So, yeah, you see, I've got my strip.
There it is.
All right. So, in terms of pressing it, just like I planned it, look.
I mean, it's brilliant. I love these multi-boards.
Now, I know dressmaking, you would normally open your seam and press it that way. We're not going into that. What we're going to do is press everything upwards, and then the next one. I'm going to press them all upwards, to be honest.
All
Just
upwards.
makes it easier. Here we go. So let's have a look at that. Now, do you know when you're pressing as well, and I've noticed this whilst I was doing this, is just have a look, make sure that you have actually, you know, pressed it so your lines are straight. And sometimes you do, and you think, actually, that looks a little bit skewy. If there's anything that's a little bit odd, you can always go back in and say, do you know what? I need to alter that seam. Excuse me. Because it's easier to change it now than when you've stitched it together.
Well, if you need an unpicker with tweezers,
I've just brought one.
Did you get one?
I did.
Yes, our early bird today.
I'm all
saved
for a
yourself
tool, I'll
£6.
tell you, yeah.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
So you can see what I've actually got here now. I've got from my dart. So there's my, let's have a look again, 11.5 inches. Was it 11 inch? I've got three 6.5s, 1 4, 1 3.5, and 2 2 inches.
And all ombreing beautifully thanks to
That's
Sandra's fabric, which she designed for this quilt.
Exactly. I mean, I would have my black ombre at the top as well, but I'm not going to show and cut that today. What I would then do is with my strips, my 1/4 inches, is one of them gets stitched on this side, like so, again at 1/4 inch, and then my other one gets stitched on this side. Okay?
Yeah.
So, again, talking about stitching top and bottom, if I'm going to stitch this from the bottom, then the next one's going to be from the top. So it all kind of works. So that's exactly how it works. And you see then you've got this lovely sort of strip coming in there.
But you're not having to match that to anything as you sew the
Not
strips
at
on,
all,
which makes
not
it
at
such
all.
a relaxed sew.
Exactly.
Can I ask, Sandra,
Of course you
do
can.
you, those long strips, do you cut those to the correct length, or do you just sort of sew them on oversize and trim them?
Yeah, with these, you're going to need, to do it the way forward, you're going to need 2 of them. So what I would do with that is, let's just trim off the little bit of white fabric there. And if I do the same with the other, I'll show you how I do it, because it does say at 45 degrees, and sometimes you'll be like, what does that mean? So you take one strip, and the other strip, you put the 2 together like so. Yep. And then you would stitch, I did have my, from this point to this point, across there. So let's just do that so you can see it, okay? It just means if you stitch it like this, you can actually see the seam. If you do it like this, yes, there's still a seam there, but it kind of hides it a little bit. So
Such a good point.
Yeah, it's not sort of really in your face.
It distributes the seam allowance, doesn't it, as well?
It
so
does.
it doesn't create a little lump or a bump. It's a good way of joining fabrics for borders or bindings.
Exactly,
as well.
and I do this all the time. So you see there, look, I've got my stitches going across there. I would trim off, oh, here you go, trim off that corner. There we go, just take that bit of thread. And then if I actually bring my thing through, there you go, I'm just going to press that in place. So you see you've got this kind of angle in there, and it does hide it a lot more, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So then once you've done that, then you would stitch. You're going to have a little bit extra at the top and the bottom. I do mention in the instructions, because as you're going along, you will find this, and I think because it's not always mentioned in instructions, I say that your bottom and your top are going to start to sort of wander, and you're going to have some a bit shorter and some a bit longer. So if you feel that you need to trim it to help you going as little as possible, but then of course remember the measurements and everything you cut after that, it's going to be a little bit different. But sometimes just to sort of get it right, you think, I just need to trim it. Please feel free, but just remember, as long as the columns that I've listed here, so 8 and 20, you stitch them from the bottom at the same level upwards or from the top downwards. It doesn't matter which.
Be consistent.
Yeah, just make sure that they are right. Please don't worry about getting it absolutely perfect in that sense. See, I was just having a look, where have I written that? Okay, here we go. So at the bottom, note, the top and bottom will not remain straight, so at regular intervals you might want to square it up. This means that the columns that come after will be a little longer or shorter, as long as you start. So that's where we've sort of discussed that. So I've literally go through everything, tick it off as you go. So look, this is the strips of yellow to cut. This is the charcoal. This is the black ombre. This is how you'll put your columns together. A little bit about rotating, which we've talked about. Pressing your seam, and then you're on to your next pair of columns. So every time, all along, you're going to do doubles, except for that first one, because it's your middle column. So hopefully, once you've got through ticking every single one off, you're going to end up with that.
Yeah, you're making pairs as you go, aren't you?
Exactly, yeah. It's quite quick as well when you think, even if you rather than doing one, you're doing 2 at the same time. And do them, add them on, do them, add them on, and it grows ever so quick.
I think on first sight, it looks like, oh, there's so many pieces. Look at all those little bits. You know, it would take forever. And we did have that lovely message from Anne saying, fabulous, Sandra, what patience. And I don't want to take away, but actually, when you think of them as blocks, there aren't that many pieces. It is very achievable. But equally, it is a stunning piece of work and has real impact. It's beautiful. We are aware that there are a few issues, by the way, on Facebook and also on our screens at the moment. Apologies for that. We're working on it as quickly as we can. Anne says, what other time is Sandra on, please? Sandra, you are back on at?
11.
Yeah.
I had to think, what time is it now? Sometimes I don't know what day it is.
And says, oh, you make things look so easy. I've only recently come back to sewing. Well, we're glad to have you back, Sandra. Anne.
Yeah, yes.
And we all dip in and out.
Well, this is it, yeah. I mean, I know these are quite small. I had a little pot, you know, like a little sugar bowl.
Yeah.
And I put all these that I'd cut, I say all of them. I'm cutting enough as I need as I go. I've had these by the side of my sewing machine. So literally, I'd got all my pieces ready. Put across if you need to, where you've on a friction with a friction pen where you're going to sew, and then I could just literally take one of these out, stitch it down, take one out, stitch it down, and before you know it, you've got these strips.
Yeah.
That you then take to the iron, you give them a little press, you put your black strips either side or charcoal either side, and before you know it, you've grown. It's not going to take you that long. You just get into the motion of it, it'll be fine.
Absolutely brilliant. Now, just want to remind you of the bundle that you can buy to make this quilt. Now, you get loads of 8 different ombre fabrics, all by the ½ metre. I'm just laying them out now so you can see and sort of alternating. They're 100% cotton, beautiful, bright and soft, subtle colours. You've got both, haven't you? You've got the deep, dark, bright one end. You've got the light, soft, more pastel at the other end. They're really cleverly designed and put together by Sandra and printed. Brilliant. So you've got your lovely rainbow. Then you've also got your charcoal and silver as well. Just pop that down. So you get 8 ½ metres of all these brilliant ombre fabrics. So those create your coloured bands. Oh gosh, I could just sew those together and call it a quilt, just as they are. They're so lovely. You also get your binding fabric. That's this fabulous amethyst, a solid amethyst colour. You get 1 metre of sky blue. This is for your border, wide border. And then a massive 3-inch hunk of charcoal grey, which is going to create your sort of leading effects, your bands between, to really make those colours pop. Plus you get your pattern. Now you should be paying £149.99 for this, and that would be a very, very keen price for a 73-inch square quilt. However, you're paying £129.99. You're making a whopping saving there. I do need to let you know, once baskets are checked out, we're down to single figures. This is very much make your mind up time, please. Check out your basket or you'll miss out. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Now, let me pop these to one side because we're going to do ombres by the ½ metre. Can we start with the charcoal? Because I think this is a... Oh, we don't have...
That's another exclusive for the quilt, so...
Yes, Sandra, you've already taken that one off.
That's okay.
You see, I never learn. I never learn.
All the rainbows are there.
Let's do the pink. Let's do the pink. Now, so if we're buying this by the ½ metre, that's going to be double that, isn't it? Because that's a 1/4 metre.
Yeah, it's 300 millimetres, 30 centimetres.
Very good, thank you, 30 centimetres. So you get more than that, you get 50 centimetres.
You do, yes, for ½ metre.
Okay, perfect, so an extra 20. If you multiply, remember, they are joined together. There's no white line between each ½ metre. It comes as a continuous length. These are your selve edges. So your ombre will run this away, just as it does across the fabric here. Absolutely gorgeous. That's the pink. Remember, you could use these for appliques. You could do, Bargello quilts.
Yeah, that one. I am going to do a Bargello quilt. I keep saying I am. Next year, one's coming. I'm going to.
If you've got my stepping out quilt pattern, you could use these fabrics to make the most amazing rainbow ombre quilt. Oh, right. We're having problems again with graphics, I'm afraid. So still with the pink at the moment. Oh, I can talk about pink all day long. What's your favourite shade of pink, Sandra?
It's got to be dark.
Yes.
A really dark pink. Not a cerise, nothing that bright, sort of more going towards berry, I would say, for myself.
Lovely.
Yeah, that would be
lovely.
nice, yeah.
I absolutely love the top you're wearing, by the way. It's gorgeous.
Thank you,
That's
yeah.
got those really
Bit
deep
pink
pink
in it
berries.
as well, yeah,
There
absolutely.
you go. It's relevant. It's relevant.
It is.
You know, I'm with you there. I love those really deep, rich shades.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But it is wonderful. I don't know if you've ever done this at home or if you've done this, Sandra, but if you've ever gone through your stash, and most of us realise that our stash is very skewed towards either darks or lights, or usually somewhere in the middle. Often our stashes are very, very light on the palest and the darkest fabrics. With these ombres, of course, you get a bit of everything. Look at all those shades running through from almost a whisper of pink. Do you remember the paint colours that were all like a touch of apple, apple white, barley white?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, we were like, what's the point?
But we all use them.
We all absolutely.
We all use them.
You could see them.
Right, our graphics have got very poorly sick. I don't say they've died, but they've got very poorly sick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the colour. I'm going to tell you the code. They're all on the website. They're all on the website. They're all coming up on today's show. Right, the best way to shop is on the web. Right, here's the ombre red. XD, 1241, 849. That's my finger showing you the ombre. Just in case you were wondering.
It is lovely. It's nice that it doesn't go to a solid white at the other end.
No, and I really like the shade of red as well because it's more of a kind of almost a tomatoey red.
Yeah, it's a proper red.
Yeah, gorgeous. Right, that's the red. Next up, we've got the ombre orange.
I do like orange. It's such a joyful colour.
Oh, it is. It's fabulous. It's a real dose of sunshine. Even at its palest, it's lovely. Now, the code for this one...
I've been organised. I've got codes on there.
I know, it's brilliant. Is that the actual? Is that
There's
our
two codes.
code?
Can I come over just a sec?
Yeah.
You've got one code that says for the quilts. There you go. And then that's the code for the actual half metre.
For the fabric.
Yeah.
So WE1250. It's like you knew this was going to happen,
I'm
Sandra.
organised and everything.
Are you the gremlin?
Yeah. No, not at all.
WE1250. That's the orange. Oh, we're fixed. We're back in the game. WE1250, 849.5 metre. Remember, you can multi-buy. So if there's a particular colour you really love, so you could do an ombre bargello, just say with the orange and the yellow, for example. That would look gorgeous. Or the orange and the blue, for example, would look amazing.
Orange and pink.
Ricky Timms did a fabulous book years ago called Convergence Quilts. If you've never seen the book, it's really worth having a look. It's quite an old book now, but oh my goodness. And that uses two colours almost woven into into each other.
Oh, I'm like
Brilliant
a bit of that.
concept.
I'd like to draw like that.
Convergence Quilts. Have a look.
Quilts.
Here's the yellow. Ombre yellow. The code for this is ZT1258. There it is. We're working. We're back in the game. Fab.
That's nice, isn't it?
You've done all the hard work for us, Sandra. You really have.
It's like my tin of pencils in fabric, isn't it?
Oh, it is. And that's the dream. I mean, I still get excited about a new pack of crayons or a new pack of pencil crayons.
You can never have enough.
Do you remember at Christmas getting that new box?
Oh, it was so lovely.
Joy.
Yeah. I used to do that September as well, you know, going back for school. I used to have matching folders, all the pencils, the pens. We used to colour coordinate, key stage 3, key stage 4. I used to have it all.
Yeah.
new suit.
Stationery. Oh, well, Charlie and I have just done our tax returns, and Charlie actually, step one was to go out and buy us both beautiful sets of stationery and folders and things, just to make the whole process a little less painful. Right, the blues. Probably my favourite, Sandra. I'm a bit biased.
Yeah, but you know, we do like our colours, but that will go with the others as well.
Divine.
Just
Absolutely divine. Yeah. That's lush. And then last of all, our purples, amethysts. Delish. Absolutely gorgeous.
I don't know which is my favourite colour, actually. I think, you know, you look at it, you think that's my favourite. But then
I know.
it depends what mood you're in.
It does depend what mood you're in. It absolutely does. Now then, we are going to have a look at the Mindful Moments quilt. I just need to let you know, before we even start talking about it, I've only got 7 kits left. It's back in stock today. We're already down to 7. Lots of you spotted this quilt in the first hour today. Sandra, this is so beautiful.
Thank you. Again, it comes from that artwork and those drawings. Every little bit you can trace back to where I first put pen to paper, so to speak. And the colours are just so soft, and the whole point of it being mindful is you can look at it and see its beauty, but then you can look closer and you see more detail, and closer still. And the more you look and the closer you get, the less the world around you is starting to sort of, you know, be there.
Yeah.
You know, you're just focusing on the little leaf or the little heart-shaped flourish there, or my little tulips, or the little mandalas, and everywhere you go, you've got this wonderful sort of little hit of colour and design. And
it is absolutely
detail.
gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. Would you like to get one of our last handful of kits? The price is incredible also, isn't it? Let's just acknowledge that. Yeah. $89.99. And this quilt, size-wise, Sandra, is 66 inches square. That is a lot of quilt for under £90. Absolutely fantastic. And remember, the fabrics are custom designed and custom printed by Sandra.
They are, yeah. It's just beautiful. The colour is with this one.
These are absolutely delightful.
And
I don't think we've got an overhead.
No.
I'm looking up in the air.
I know, it's not.
I can show you these fabrics. So here we go. Oh, isn't it wonderful designing your own fabric?
You know, it's delightful. I'm so lucky to be able to do that. And, you know, to have a click of a button to see what I've actually created without sending it away. That's kind of, you look at it, you do see that one, don't you? That purple really stands out.
Yeah. And also with the greens, with the yellows, this beautiful mandala.
It's lovely, isn't it? Really nice, that one.
But also I'm seeing daisies, of course, starbursts.
Oh yeah, and because it's sort of all, it's kind of random. I do like random in a sense, that one. You can cut it up and use it for different things, and it's not going to have an impact. But then you've got this one is lovely, that lovely burst of flowers.
So fresh.
Yeah.
Now, Sandra, I've already got hyacinth bulbs in planters on my kitchen windowsills because I'm ready for spring already. If you're ready for spring, this is spring in a quilt, isn't it?
It is. It's lovely.
This is spring. The tulips that are featured on the fabrics. Look at this one here. How absolutely stunning is that?
Yeah.
There's more in baskets than I've got. Please check out. You're going to miss out. Another one's just checked out. I've got less and less. I've literally got a few. That's all I've got left, but lots of you with it in your basket. This is spring in a quilt. It's absolutely delightful. The motifs and the colours are just so fresh, so full of hope.
You see such detail there, but when you look at the quilt, nothing's really taking over. That purple's the element that you see, but there's no design taking over any other.
No.
And it all works together.
It is.
I'm
It's
so
lovely and
pleased.
soft and gentle. Lots of you really loving this quilt. It just is a stunning piece of work. And of course, as well, it's 64 inches square. This is completely doable and achievable on your domestic sewing machine from start to finish.
It is. It works in blocks. And although you look at it, you think those blocks are different. Every single block is the same. Every block.
Oh, I see that now. But just two different colourways?
Yeah, two different colourways, but it doesn't look that way, does
No,
it?
it
It doesn't look like
doesn't.
blocks. It's kind of brickwork almost going
Yeah.
together. Absolutely. Would you like me? Have I got time to show you how to put one together?
Well, yes.
Come on, do that?
Yes,
Yeah. So I'll
5
have one.
minutes.
I've got one prepped.
Brilliant. Brilliant. I think we'd all like to see that. And also as well, just to remind you, if you want the rainbow drops quilt, you will need to be quick. The numbers are dwindling fast. Dwindling fast. Again, absolutely gorgeous. This one I think is 73 inches
73
square.
inches, yeah, thereabouts.
73
Yeah.
inches square. So again, completely doable from start to finish on a domestic sewing machine. At $129.99, you should be paying $149.99 for that, and I think that would be a very, very good price. $129.99 today. If we've any left at midnight, the price will go back up. So grab yours now. We are literally, I don't even have teens left of that kit. So if you want that one, do be quick. Sandra, what can you show
Okay.
us?
In the
Mindful moment.
instructions then, it gives you your measurements, of course. How does the block work? And I give you little diagrams showing you how it gets put together. Here, it talks you through the 6 fabrics to form the blocks. You will need 18 blocks, cut on the width of fabric, the mandala yellow, 3 strips at 6 1/4 inches. And then you're going to cut the strips into 6 1/4 inches again to make squares. I've actually mixed up the fabrics a bit, doesn't really matter. So here's my strip width of fabric, 6 1/4. And from that, we're going to cut squares. And that's what starts us off for our first little bit. It then says, cut each square into 4 triangles.
Okay.
So here is my 4 triangles. So what I've done, I've gone this way, I've cut down here, and this way, I've cut down here. So I've got triangles. Here we go. 1, 2. It might not be, it's not going to be in the same order, but you get the idea.
Yeah, definitely.
I just wanted to sort of show you how it would work. So there's my triangles, okay? So then it says from the fabric purple hearts, although I've used my peach for this one, 8 strips at 4 inches. So we're going to cut 8 of these at 4 inches from across the fabric, and then you cut them into 8-inch rectangles. Here's my rectangles, okay? So from there, I'm going to take just one of my triangles, and I'm looking at my picture there, because if I look at my diagram, you see that there's my picture. It's showing I've got the triangle at the top and my rectangle at the bottom. It does say as well, don't throw anything away. All right, here we go. So that's
As
how
if
it
we
looks.
would, Sandra.
Like that. So if I fold that one over there like this, here we go. Like that. Okay, so take it over to the machine. Your 1/4 inch as ever. And I'm going to put that in there. Just making sure it's as straight as can be. Okay. Off we go. So there you go. There's my stitch line. So then what I want to do, I'm going to turn this over. I'm going to give that a little bit of press. So I'm going to bring this triangle upwards like that. Okay. So you've got that shape. So turn it back again. There we go. And all I'm going to do now, glove back on. Safety first. My husband would be so proud of me. And
Was John the person that said get the glove, or?
he was, yes. He actually he brought me all the the handles for all the rulers and all that. He's like, yeah, you need handles on your rulers and everything except cotton wool and bubble wrap was actually applied. So he did have to dress the wound.
Oh gosh, I know. I've done it myself. It's horrible.
I know. And oh goodness me.
You only do it once.
Finally went to
hopefully.
the hospital. My mum made me go.
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, you've completely severed your tendon. Not good. You don't want to do that.
Ooh.
Anyway, it's fine now. It's fine. Okay. So I've got my ruler and I've lined up on my triangle. Oh, we don't want to know about such things. Just be safe. Okay, there you go. So I'm going to cut this off. I'm not going to get rid of that.
No.
But there is my triangle now. And then I'm going to do 4 of them. So I've got 4 rectangles, 4 triangles, and that's when I put them together. So if I just show you the instructions here, there it is. So this is how it looks before I've cut it. This is how they look when I have. So there is, look, there's my triangle. And then here is how the 4 triangles go together. You could play around with that and get a different pattern if you want. Once they're all stitched together, that's giving you your first block. You need 17.
Perfect.
I have.
So simple.
Just on the back. See, I've given you a little hint. Look how I've put mine together. It shows you there. And then at the back, it gives you, look, what do I do with those spare pieces?
Yeah,
This
what
is
do
why
I do with them?
So here I've gone in and you can make some extra squares with it. So you've got the little triangles put together. And this is different ways on which you can actually position. So you make a little pinwheel, little chevrons, or you can put a little square, and then you can start to create extra different pieces.
Oh, I really
with it.
like that. That's
So
lovely.
it's just another way, because we do get sometimes, lots of these.
Yeah.
Because they're all going to be the same size.
Yeah.
They're going to work brilliantly, so
Little
you're not going to
bonus
waste
blocks.
anything. So yeah, whether you make a little quilt with a bit of extra plain fabric, maybe make a cushion to go with it, that kind of thing. It's just something you don't want to waste. You spent your hard-earned money on these fabrics, so actually giving you the ideas and showing you what you can do with it works really nicely.
I think that's a lovely idea. Very nice. It's a nice block. Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Nice little thing, isn't it?
I do need to say, at home I've got 4 left. 4 kits left. That's it. That's it. $89.99, 4 kits, 63 inches square, the finished quilt. That's the Mindful Moments. Absolutely gorgeous. And as Sandra said earlier on, the kind of detail that draws you in and just helps you forget about the world going on outside.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? And that's the essence of Sanntangle. Whether you draw, whether you use the fabrics or a bit of both, draw on the fabrics, it doesn't matter. It's all about having that moment for yourself. Yeah. And just to chill out. So it's great to make these and gift them. Why would you? But you do. But then actually you having the pleasure of creating it and working with the fabrics. Yeah. You're having that mindful moment.
You've still had the
You've got
pleasure.
the pleasure.
Yeah.
Then somebody else gets the joy as well of actually with you gifting the quilt to it.
Such a good point.
Such
a good point. Beautiful. Do go through for that. Now, also the main focus today has been the Rainbow Drops quilt, which is hanging behind Sandra there. Are they angel wings? Is it a stained glass window? Butterfly wings or raindrops? Most of the stock that's remaining now is in baskets, or well, most of it's already been checked out. I've less than teens left. Lots and lots of those in baskets. Do please check out your basket if you want to get this. You're making a saving today. This should be $149.99. You're saving £20, but at midnight that price will go back up to the full price. So grab it now. Don't miss out on it. Remember, you're getting 8 half-metre or 8 30-centimetre cuts of all those different ombre fabrics. You're also getting your charcoal silver, you're getting your blue border fabric, your binding, 3 meters of the charcoal for creating all of those dividing, almost like leading on a stained glass window. But easy to piece, beautifully written out instructions, every column fully explained. You can just work through them one at a time and tick them off. And that finished quilt is absolutely stunning, isn't it? Really stunning. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I can't. Sometimes you look and you think, how did that happen? You know, it still surprises me from that initial drawing of those flowers to putting it onto fabric, choosing the colours, deciding what I was going to do with it.
Yeah.
But the beauty of being able to do it myself is I can change the colour of those flowers. Hence, in the charcoal, they're not white flowers. You don't want white. You want, especially sort of down this bottom edge, you don't want the white because it's going to detract. which is why we brought the black ombre in. It just means that everything works perfectly. Everything goes together. And although it's in there, it's not going to take away from the actual quilt itself.
But that charcoal, as you say, is not a solid fabric. I'll just show you.
No, it's not.
It's still got the flowers. It's still the same design, but instead of being a white print on top of the ombre, as you can see here on the purple, it's actually this lovely mid-tone charcoal grey print.
It is, yeah.
So on some areas it's more visible, on other areas less. It's just lovely.
Yeah, it doesn't detract, does it?
It doesn't
but
detract
it's
at
still
all.
there. And as you look at it, it's just beautiful. Just matches beautifully.
So clever. Hi Sandra and Stuart. How big is the rainbow quilt, please? Says Sandra in Berkshire.
Well, John and I did measure it quite late on Saturday night, and we did measure it to 73 by about 72 and a half. So
Okay.
When I say 73 approximately,
Yep.
it is pretty much square. It depends, of course, on your seam allowance,
Yep.
and it depends on how much you trim off if you want to trim it. So you're going to be looking at that kind of thing. We did actually put this on the bed. We've got a double bed. We did put this on the bed last night. It fits beautifully.
Oh yeah, lovely.
So, yeah.
Perfect. And a perfect size, Sandra, to make on a domestic machine.
Yeah.
Quilting, piecing, everything.
Yeah.
Very achievable.
Even stitching the ditch, you could do down the lines.
Yeah, you could.
So it's not going to be too much there.
Jamie says, oops, fell into my basket.
Oh, thank you so
My
much.
goodness, gorgeous things have a habit of doing that, Jamie.
I can't
Me
wait
too.
to see other people making them. It's
I
going to be
know.
lovely to see how you do it.
Fabulous. And how you quilt it, just enjoy. Sandra, we're going to see you in an hour.
Yes, absolutely.
Have a great hour off.
Things to do,
I
always.
know, I bet. Right. Get the kettle on, make yourself a cuppa, and I'll see you back here in 3 minutes for an hour of fabulous tools.
Christmas is just around the corner. But don't panic, there is still time to order your Christmas goodies. Christmas delivery is still available. Merry Christmas from Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Hello you, welcome back. It's great to have your company. At this hour, we're doing tools, and I've got some fab tools, some fab notions in this hour. And, you know, I often say this, it's the little things that make massive differences. I know we all get dazzled by gorgeous fabric, lovely yarn, all those things, but actually the tools are what make every job easier, more successful, safer. Let's start with safety. Safety first. Sandra was talking about these handles. They're brilliant. Just going to stick it down. Absolutely fab. Absolutely fab. Hello, Quilt Police. Here I am. What's your emergency? These are fab. They're absolutely fab. Hold your ruler safely, well away from your cutting edge. Even if that cutter slipped off, it is not going to go anywhere near your precious fingers. These can be replaced. These can be replaced. These are a one-time purchase, aren't they? Let's be honest. You've got to look after yourself. And for $9.99, I'd get a couple. One to have permanently on your big ruler. Of course they are. You can remove them. Of course you can. But I think it's quite useful just to have one permanently on your big ruler, and then one just to kind of chop and change. That really is very nicely stuck down there. Yeah, Hannah's saying, Maya, they do come off easily. They do. Well, the good news is that, I mean, you don't want them to fall off. That is really stuck. I've got the giggles now. There's a little tab. It is such a little tab. Oh, now the other side's stuck. There we go. I've done it. I've done it. I've never ever had any problems taking that off. Shall I do it again? I'm not going to do it again. They are brilliant though. Look, this is why I say get two. one that can stay permanently stuck on your big ruler. Margaret, thank you. Thank you for bringing some professionalism to the morning. She says, morning, Stuart. I would not be without mine. They're so handy. Oh, I like what you've done there, that little play on words, Margaret. So handy. Very good, very good. Hello? Yeah? You need me to be more professional? Well, I'll try, certainly. Fab these though. Brilliant price. They're from So Easy. They have got these sort of, you stick it down, you push down on the, I'm not going to do it again. You push down on these that lock it in place. Okay, it's not going to lock on there, but it'll lock on your ruler. Shall I do it again? So onto there. There we go. Nice and secure. Really secure. I think the really secure is the most important thing, isn't it? Let's be honest. Really secure. There we go. That's one side. The little tabs are quite small. I'm just saying. Oh, there we go. There we go. It's a knack. It's a knack. Beck says, morning, Stuart and team. Could I ask, how often would you change an embroidery machine needle? Is there any guidance on changing them? Thanks. Absolutely, Bex. Every 6 to 8 hours of sewing time. That's actually really easy to focus on your embroidery machine, because you will have your sewing times of all of your motifs. You don't have to write them down and add them up, kind of religiously. Just keep an eye on it. Remember that you are sewing hundreds of thousands of stitches, even on one motif. So it's probably worth changing every 6 hours of sewing time. Hi, Stuart, says Susan. I have one of these safety rulers, but can't stop laughing at your predicament. You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, I mean, at least it shows they really are nice and secure once they're on. They work. They work. And I think, gosh, why not do something that protects your hands, your fingers, and also as well gives you a really nice grip. And remember as well, you're applying pressure here and here. So you've got a lot of control over your ruler. If you find that when you're cutting, your ruler tends to slip as you go, this could be really, really helpful. Fran messaged in earlier on saying that she's having problems rotary cutting, that she's changed the blade, things like that, but she always finds that she's running that ruler along and it's not cutting through her fabric. And that is all down to how much pressure you're putting as you cut. Now, I know often we think we're putting on enough pressure, but if it's not cutting through the fabric, you're not putting enough pressure. How do you put more pressure on? Well, the thing to do is, often what we forget is that there's a gripper on the top of a rotary cutter to put your finger onto. So as you're holding the handle, your index finger should be out, applying extra pressure there. You also want to make sure when you're cutting that you're not doing what we always have to here, because our tables are too high, and doing everything with this bent arm up here, where it's very difficult to put downward pressure. It's a real kind of strain. What you want is a table here so that your arm is almost straight, or pretty much straight when you're cutting. That will give you more pressure. Also, of course, make sure, if you can, that you're cutting standing up. Julie says, oh, that was so funny, Stuart. Had me laughing. Belly laughs. Lol. Julie, happy to help. Made me laugh too, actually, to be fair. But a very, very good product all the same, even though I rather fluffed the demo. Well, I think it's good to be secure, right? Right, let's do some mugs. Let's do some mugs. You crafty Stitch. You crafty Stitch. Here we go. We've got 2 different mugs. Brilliant for any fan of sewing or Sewing Street. You've got Sewing Street on one side, picked out in this gorgeous purple. You've got pins and buttons, thread, bobbins, a thimble, a little pair of scissors, and on the back it says, "You crafty stitch." Bit cheeky that. Should be $9.99. Secret Santa, $6.99. $6.99 is your price. It's a decent sized mug as well. I mean, you'd never offend me by giving me tea, but I'd rather I had it in a mug than a tiny little delicate cup. I want more than 2 mouthfuls. You crafty stitch. Love that. Yep, gift token. Oh, actually, a little something in there. What about the seam ripper and tweezers? All wrapped up, perhaps with a little packet of biscuits or a snack bar. A little snack bar. Do you know I had a boost last night? It was yummy. I haven't had one for years. Sewing Street. Here's the other alternative. Sewing Street. Love that. Sip, stitch, repeat. I've always said, actually, if they stopped making tea, can you imagine? If they stopped making tea, I'd have to stop sewing because I'm fueled by tea. That would be quite good on a mug, wouldn't it? Fueled by tea or fueled by coffee. I'd just like to say here and now, I'm copywriting that. No one else can do that, okay? I said it first. I said it first. Love that. $6.99. Love it. Love it. Beck says, great, thank you. I knew you would know. Oh, this is about the machine needles. P.S. You're so funny. I could watch you all day. Larking about. Thank you. Thank you. Now, do I have my bag pattern? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, a little mention. This launched yesterday. It's my brand new pattern, except it's not a pattern. It's 3 patterns in one. You get the patterns for all 3 bags. The maxi, big, roomy, deeply gusseted, 4-pocketed, roomy interiored, very stylish bag. You've got a magnetic fastening there at the front, big pockets on the back, great place to show off a feature fabric, a little accent of something. You could do patchwork. A patchwork version would be gorgeous. You get the pattern for the maxi. You get the pattern for the midi. This is the mid-size, sort of shoulder bag, handbag. You've got these kangaroo-style pockets. You learn different skills in every bag. The maxi uses a gusset. It's got that magnetic fastening flap. It's got those outer slip pockets. Lots of lovely quilting. This one's got this scooped out shape. You've also got quilt binding there, again some quilting. You've also got a slip pocket inside and a magnetic fastening. And then you've also got the mini. This is a purse, or this could be a bag for your rotary cutter, scissors, sewing kit or knitting or crochet. You've got a wristlet there. You've also got a flat pocket on the front with little flange details here, folded flanges and a flap. Got your cam snap as well. A zippered pocket on the back, nice and roomy, and then your zippered interior as well. Each one uses a different kind of interfacing, so across the 3 you'll use regular H250 interfacing, that's a fusible midway interfacing. You'll use H630, H640, make boxed bottoms, different skills for every bag. And then in this one, you're using Boseline form, or you could use something like Soft and Stable. Vliseline do a version of foam that you can use for bags. Loads of different skills, all beginner friendly. All fully patterned, all very different as well. You'll make these again and again and again. You get a 15-page booklet to make these. So inside you get all your instructions for making all three. I start off with the maxi. Now it doesn't mean that you need to start off with the maxi if you're a beginner bag maker. It depends how you want to start. Read through the patterns, look at the skills that you're going to pick up and learn, and make the one that's going to help you most. Or make the one with the skills you already have and ease yourself in. So you've got your maxi, you've got your midi, and I've tried to show details as well of how I've quilted each bag as well. I mean, the mini actually isn't quilted at all, but I've tried to show you as much as I can in the photographs and in the text. And then the mini comes last of all. The mini actually probably has the most different processes. It's still beginner friendly, but you will go through and learn so many different processes. How to make a flap, how to round corners, how to make a slip pocket, how to create and insert a flange, how to do a zippered mid pocket with zip ends, how to create a zippered bag, lining, you name it. Loads of good skills. You get all three patterns, so you're paying £4 per pattern. I love doing a trio of bags because they go together so well. You can make them individually, but also if you wanted to, you could make yourself a very nice matching luggage set out of these. Very giftable as well. Just to put it into context as well of how much time will each one take, I spent a day making the maxi. A short day. I had a lovely lunch break. It was very relaxed, but I spent a day making that one. I made both of these bags in one day. This one in the morning, this one in the afternoon. Now, that doesn't mean it's not a challenge. How fast can you make them? But I do think it's good sometimes to know roughly how long would this take if I just sat and made it start to finish. And I reckon 3 or 4 hours each one, and probably 4 to 6 maximum, even if you really take your time and listen to the radio and drink lots of tea, which I highly recommend. That's the trio of bags. There is a trio of bags Mark 1, which is 3 different bags, I released last year, but you don't need that pattern in order to get everything out of Mark 2. Morning, Stuart. Could you add a zip to the top of the maxi bag? That's from Jeanette. You absolutely could. You absolutely could. So let me just, I'll open this up for a second. So if you wanted to add a zipper to this, what I would do, I'm sure you've seen the on MEB Designs. She does like an inserted zip, so like a panel. So you have a panel, strips of fabric with the zip running through that you then stitch in here and stitch in here. So you have a zipper that runs sort of maybe an inch or two below the surface. That would work really well. You could do that. You could do it like that. I mean, technically speaking, you could put a zip literally from one side to the other, but it would dictate that it would always be this shape when it was done up. The other adaptation you could make if you wanted is you could dart the end, and actually if you darted that with magnetic snaps, so it would dart inwards like this. Just put the, so if I just show you from the front then, so it would have this profile when it was all clipped together, which is really rather smart and very easy to do. So lots of different ways that you could change and adapt this bag. Oh, the possibilities are endless. Absolutely endless. Fran, I think, have we solved your problem? Fingers crossed? Hope so. Morning, Stuart. Just bought your beautiful bag pattern. It's fabulous. Sharon, thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good morning, Stuart. I'm going to make the small one in faux leather to take on nights out. Oh, yes. Faux leather, glitter fabric, velvet, cork, canvas. You could make, I've used Tilda quilt weight cotton for these, but you could really bling these up. Also, if you do machine embroidery, there are some lovely opportunities for adding embroidery or applique. So many different opportunities. Please send in pictures of your makes, won't you, from my new trio of bag pattern. Gorgeous. Keep going through for those. Now, ooh, would you like an early Christmas present? Would you? Moda scrap bags. Let's start with the price. Not $24.99. Not even $19.99. Or $18.99. $17.99. Thank you very much for that. Right, you are getting 227 grams of Moda fabric strips. So we call it a scrap bag, but they are, this is one example. I mean, you get loads, absolutely loads. They are often made up of jelly roll strips, and also selvage strips. I think this one actually is pretty much all like jelly roll strips, 2.5 inch wide, but some of them are, they'll have the selvage running down one side, and then probably maybe around about 2 inches of patterned fabric as well as that selvage on one side. So you can trim them down. They're absolutely brilliant for quilt making, but they're also superb for bag making. So for example, if you were making something like the maxi bag, okay, one of the things that I would definitely do is to use your Moda scrap bag and then to piece fabric, and I would do kind of diagonal strips sewn together like this, okay, and obviously you'd cut them down to the right width. You could ombre them, you could mix and match, you could throw in some of your own scraps as well. But you can see there, can you see where that's like a miscut? That's why it's in the scrap bag. You know, there's little things like that perhaps. But I would sew those together, cut out your pocket panel, and then treat it as one piece of fabric. You could even have strips going that way and then other strips going the other way. Oh, I mean, there's loads you can do with these. So inspiring. But one of the things I like to do most often with scraps is to make bigger pieces of fabric. So that method I was talking about there was string piecing. But you could also do improv quilting. You could actually make these up into 9 patches, sew them together. It's all Moda fabric. They're all designer collections. Often they are one collection. Sometimes they are 2 or even 3 different collections, but you've always got loads and loads of really usable fabric. They're an absolute favourite here at Sewing Street, and actually globally, everybody loves a Moda scrap bag. Everyone's random. We can't guarantee that anybody will get this one. This is the one that lives in the studio. I'm going to struggle to get these back in the bag, but I shall try. They're also very, very giftable, aren't they? If somebody wants to buy you or me a little fabric, if anyone's, you know, a little fabric gift, and you think, well, I don't really know that person's taste so well. If you know that they love gorgeous fabric, high quality designer fabric, I think you'd be very, very safe getting them a Moda scrap bag, because you're always going to get beautiful quality designer fabric. And it's a little challenge, isn't it, to use fabric that have been pre-selected. I always say this about a jelly roll or a layer cake or a charm pack. You know, there's always prints in there that you wouldn't choose if you had the bolts in front of you. But actually, we're better quilters for using fabrics we wouldn't normally pick. Because if you keep doing what you're doing, you'll keep getting what you've always got. And if you want to move yourself on, you've got to do something different. So why not grab yourself a scrap bag and have a go? Challenge yourself to make something gorgeous. Now, very useful for bag making, also for patchwork and quilting, seam rollers. So perhaps where you can't use an iron, vinyl, faux leather, things like that, a bit more difficult to iron. This is a little seam roller. I'll show you how it works. If you've never seen them before, they're brilliant. Nice and ergonomic, fit really nicely in your hand. You've got a little wheel on this, and effectively what you're going to do is sew your seam and then roller along it to press that seam. It's also really useful when you're bag making to be able to press heavy or thick seams. Perhaps you don't want to get in there with an iron, or it's right inside your bag, and again it would be difficult or perhaps dangerous to try and get an iron in there. Delicate fabrics, light fabrics, synthetics, or like coated fabrics that you don't want to iron either, use your seam roller on them. Brilliant if you do things like foundation piecing. Again, saves you constantly up, down to the iron. You can just have one of these next to you, and as you sew, stitch and flip, things like that, stitch, flip, do your little seam, and you're straight back to sewing. Really useful little bit of kit. The kind of thing I think most of us would walk past, you know, hanging on its little card. What's that? Why would you? But I think once you've used one, and you realise that actually you'll probably only ever buy one in your entire life because it will last forever. No parts to wear out. They're brilliant. They are brilliant. £6.99. Again, lovely little tool, nice little gift, Secret Santa stocking filler. Now, another lovely little stocking filler is the Daisy thread cutter. This is from So Easy as well. So this is like a sort of lanyard, or you could almost wear it like a necklace. I don't know whether you could take these on a flight or not, but I think normally you can. Check with your airline, but I think normally they're fine because it's an enclosed blade. So you can wear this around your neck. I think that's the general idea. And what you've got here is this little daisy. But can you see that you've got a little circular blade inside, and at each of the indents of the petals is a little bit of exposed blade. So as you're sewing, if you need to cut yourself a length of thread for cross stitch, you can just, if you're quilting and you need to be able to just clip the thread, handy to just have next to you so that you've always got something, a little blade to cut your threads with. For £4.99, I think that's a brilliant little gift. Very usable. No reason as well why you shouldn't sort of attach this to the side of your sewing machine as well, perhaps, to cut your threads. There's a needle threader. Does it pull out? I probably should have practiced this before. Is there? Is it in there? Oh, I see. Oh, how clever. Look. Can you see? There's a little needle threader. Oh, these are worth their weight in gold. Oh, you see, I would have owned this for years and not even realised. Oh, and that's actually really, once you know how to get it out, it's really, I was overcomplicated. Should we look at the ruler handle again? Shall we? Let's not. Lots of you there for that. I don't have very many of those. Low double figures, that's all. Now, this morning I was talking about double-sided wash away quilters tape. This is the stuff we can never keep in stock for very long because it's so useful. Third of the stock's already gone. This is that stuff you know you need for applying things like your bindings to your quilts. So stitch it one side, apply this to the other side, turn your binding, stick it down, and then just machine from the front in the ditch and your binding's on. Really lovely quick way of doing it. Sewing in zips. Run your tape either side, stick your zip down, sew around, you're done. Quick simple temporary hemming. So I was talking about making a quick runner to go on the table. Now, if you wanted to, you could buy yourself 1/2 metre of extra wide fabric, run the tape down the sides, turn a hem under, throw it over the table for Christmas, and then after Christmas, chuck the whole thing in the washing machine. The tape will wash away, and what you will end up with is your 1/2 metre of fabric back that you can then use for something else. Over 20 of you with it in your baskets. We don't know if you're multi-buying, so if you are, we could easily be out of stock in a matter of moments. Sherry says, morning Stuart, I've had a daisy cutter for years. I use it for sewing, knitting and crochet for cutting thread. It's a really good point, Sherry, for things like cutting when you're sewing in your yarn ends for knitting or crochet, just to have that for nipping off the end. And also as well, I like that, Sherry, because I'm always nervous, are you, going near the back of my knitting, which has taken me weeks, with a pair of scissors that I'm going to slip and cut through my knitting. I think the daisy would be safer. Right, keep going through for your wash away tape. I've got teens left, literally teens. If you're buying lots of different bits across the show or across the day, remember you only pay 1p&p, and there's lots of lovely stocking fillers for yourself and for loved ones on the hour today. So if you're doing that, remember you only pay P&P once, just combine your shopping baskets. Now, next up, we've got Quilter's masking tape. Here we go. Now, this is fab. So this is from Easy Quilting. This is 1/4 inch wide masking tape. Should be £2.50. It's going down to £1.99. Now, the most common use for this is for marking your quilting lines, particularly if you want to quilt outline quilting. Okay, so what you would do is, if you've got your patchwork block, you would take the tape, run it along a seam line. So for example, if you were quilting around a triangle, you would run that tape around your 3 seams. This is now marked the exact 1/4 inch that you then stitch around. Then you can peel the tape off, reuse it on your next triangle, lay it down and stitch. So you're not effectively marking your fabric, which means no marks on the fabric, no marks to remove, no danger of any ghost markings or, you know, anything lurking or coming back. It's also a lot quicker to mark your lines. You might be marking things like cross-hatching for a bag. So I did lots of cross-hatching on this. I marked with a pencil, which then had to be removed at the end. If I'd used the 1/4 inch tape, again, you can run that diagonally, sew next to your line, and then just remove the tape. Now, next up, I've got seam batting tape. I couldn't be without this stuff. This has got me out of some scrapes. This has also helped me to make the best use, or any use, of my scraps of batting. So effectively what you've got here is, I'm just going to remove this so I can show you. It almost looks like bandage. Yeah, it looks like a gauze bandage. But what you've got here is a very, very lightweight fabric, okay, with a fusible on one side. You can feel it because it feels rough and almost dotty, a bit like interfacing does, okay? The other side feels smoother. So what you would do is you would get 2 pieces of batting. Now, I don't have 2 pieces of batting, but imagine that this ruler and this pattern are my 2 pieces of batting. Now, if you've got nice straight edges, you can butt them up against each other. If you haven't, lay them on top of each other and cut a line. I actually personally prefer a very gently undulating line if I'm joining batting. Then, remove the bits, join your batting pieces together, so that they're just butted, not overlapping, and then lay your batting tape over the join, okay? Because it's such a lightweight fabric, it won't add any bulk or thickness. And then literally just run an iron. Just run an iron. Personally, I like to put a pressing cloth over the top of it, or use a low spot iron, something like a 1-spot iron, and press, press, press. It will join the batting pieces together. It splices them together. Now, from that, I make what I call Frankenbatting. Frankenbatting, which is my Frankenstein's monster of a batting. But obviously, when we make a quilt, we trim bits down. We've got, you know, this much strip left and a chunk here and a square there. And if you've got those bits, I mean, if they're big bits, you might be able to use them for a cushion or a runner or something, but most often they just sit there and they don't get used. That's such a waste of money. Don't do it. Get yourself some of this. Join your battings together. Make ein Frankenbatting. Okay. That was a German accent, and that was okay. That was legitimate. Ein Frankenbatting. Now you get 9.1 meters here, which is enough to make probably a pretty big Frankenbatting. Also use those for things like your runners, cushions, bags. It's brilliant. I've even used this literally when I'm mid-quilting and I discover that the batting is not quite long enough. Right, there we go. I think it's brilliant stuff. Genuinely, it's terrific stuff. It is so worth having. It's like it should go in your quilting first aid box for when you're in a tight corner. Now, you know I love flatter. I love sort of starch and spray starch alternative sprays anyway. I love to pre-treat my fabrics for quilting and bag making. And actually dressmaking. First and foremost, always iron your fabrics, even if you don't pre-wash them. Always iron your fabrics before you start cutting them out. It's so much lovelier if there is some kind of sizing in there, which will help firm the fabric up, makes it easier to handle, cut, piece, press, you name it. Now, if you don't like smelly things, oh, smelly things, we'll start with the scentless. So this is 248 millilitres of spray starch alternative. So this is sort of sizing spray for your fabric. Should be $19.99. We're going to do you a very nice crash. £6 saving. $13.99 is the price you pay. While these stocks last, when they're gone, they'll be gone forever, I'm afraid, certainly at that price. $13.99. This is the scent free, okay? If you don't like scented products, this is the one to go. Please go for one of these today. Honestly, I do think they're great. I've got them. I don't know if you saw yesterday, I had my own sewing caddy that I brought from home, from my studio, and I'd got the Pineapple Grove, and I think it's the Fig is the other one I've got. It might be Yuzu. I'd got both those bottles in there. I use them all the time. I absolutely love them. But that's your scent free, $13.99. Now, you know where I'm going price-wise on all of these. We're going to drop the price. Let's go next to Celebrate Good Times. Come on. It's a celebration. Right, this one's called Celebration. I'm going to have a little smell. Oh. It's lovely. All of the scents actually are soft and subtle. None of them are overpowering. And none of them are sort of really chemically smelling. You know, sometimes like a bad air freshener. It's like, oh, I'd rather have the smell of wet dog than really chemically. This is lovely and soft and beautifully scented. Kind of gentle, perfumey, scented candly. Just lovely, light, fresh, floral. Celebration. $13.99. Next up, I can do this one easily because I use this all the time. Pineapple Grove. Pineapple Grove. This is like the freshest, ripest, sweetest pineapple that you are cutting into and cutting the skin off and getting ready to have, you know, after a summer barbecue. Or if you've ever barbecued or griddled pineapple with a bit of brown sugar, little splash of rum, it's that gorgeous smell on vanilla ice, on Gorilla ice cream. I'm telling you, absolutely gorgeous. Zesty fresh pineapple, that's Pineapple Grove. Steph says, I'm new to Starch-like spray. It really works. It adds stability to any fabric, makes it easier to cut and sew. Totally agree with you. Totally agree. Kirsty says, good morning, Stuart. I must admit, most of my bags have Franken batting in them, but I've never had any problems. When you say you've never had any problems, what do you mean? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I just like the you can zigzag to join batting, but you end up with an indentation. Is that what you do? Or have you... Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. That came out of nowhere. Ah. Right, next up, fig. This one is like a... You know those lovely candles, Joe? Those ones. That's what it smells like. Lovely, really expensive spa candle. Gorgeous, deep, figgy smell. You know, if you've ever baked figs, I mean, baked figs, honey, walnuts, goat cheese, a few pomegranate seeds, chopped parsley, delicious. Delicious. Our graphics are broken, so I'm just going to do recipe suggestions. Oh, well, I'm thrilled actually. I've just had a message from Fran to say, yay, I can rotary cut. We've solved the problem. She says, I didn't know about putting your finger on the back of the cutter. It just adds that bit of extra pressure, doesn't it? I am so pleased. That was an easy solve. That's your fig. Now, we don't have the graphics on screen for the fig. Is it the code that's on the back, Hannah? Okay, but if you order it, the price will crash. KDM 493. KDI 1493. I think. It's working now. We're having glitches today. Sorry about that. Do you want another fig recipe? Oh, I tell you, the goat cheese and the walnuts and all of that, little drizzle of honey, absolutely delicious. You know, if sniffing the sprays inspires you and makes you want to eat something figgy, do that. Don't, obviously these are not edible, but love figs. But often they're not ripe enough, are they? They need a little helping hand. So a little bit of heat, a little bit of roasting, or in a hot griddle pan, just to soften them, just to bring out the flavour. Absolutely gorgeous. Fig. You can also do a really wonderful like fig tart tatin, which is delish. And a savoury fig tart tatin, again with goat cheese. $13.99. £6 saving. But just remember, when these are gone, we won't ever bring them back at this price. We've got a special deal on these, and we wanted to pass that special deal on to you. Next one, I've got the yuzu. Now, funnily enough, I'm actually wearing a yuzu fragrance. I love the smell. Yuzu is like a Japanese grapefruit type citrus fruit. But it's also got kind of temple spa, expensive hotel lobby kind of notes as well. Really lovely, fresh, bright, zingy. I always say, you know, with your sewing projects, you've got to fall in love with every single process in the making. And if you hate ironing, and a scented spray would help you do the ironing and enjoy it more, use it. It'll also make your fabrics flatter, easier to handle, better to piece. The last one, this is the one I need to get. Lacy. This is such a pretty fragrance. This is like that kind of wedding day fragrance. Kind of bright and sort of a little bit kind of clean linen smelling as well, but also bright florals. Champagne, daisies, gorgeous. That's lacy. Now, I've also got soak. And this is the Pineapple Grove soak. You get the wash and you also get the wash bag. So included, you get this bag. We're crashing to $14.99 on this, by the way. You can make a big saving there. So you get this net bag, okay, that matches the colour. So you've got your covered zip there. So basically, you're going to put your delicates. So it might be lingerie, it might be your swimwear, it might be something like some delicate vintage fabrics that you want to even give a hand wash to. Okay, you're going to pop them in there and then pop that either into a bowl with, I mean, it's a tiny bit, it's like a teaspoonful or two. You get 18 washes out of one bottle. And actually, if you're washing something small like a special crochet doily or two, yeah, that you just want to refresh, you'd use even less. It's a no rinse formula as well. So yes, of course you can rinse it out, but even if you just dunk it in the water and gently agitate it just to remove some surface dirt, take it out and then literally put that out to drain and drip dry, and it will refresh your item beautifully. It is fab. $14.99 for that. Also brilliant for washing quilts. We don't have any other scents of the soak. It is all sold out. Sue says, I have the yuzu flatter spray. I took it on holiday and I just spritzed dresses, for example, where it was creased from packing. It worked a treat. Merry Christmas all. Sue, happy Christmas to you too. And that's a great tip. You can also use it on things like, you know, if you want to refresh pillows before you go to bed, a little light spritz over your pillows, you know, 10 minutes before you go, just gives them a little freshen up midweek. Yeah, it's really lovely. Now, stick-on thimbles. Oh, these are good. If you hate wearing a thimble, but also hate damaging the end of your fingers from hand sewing, lots of people don't want to wear a thimble. They find them sweaty. If you've got long nails, artificial nails, very difficult to use a thimble. These you actually stick. So what you've got here is you've got a metal thimble tip, okay, and then you've got these sticky pads, okay, which you can use multiple times, okay. You stick that to the metal and then you stick that to your finger. Some people like to use their thimble on this finger, some people use it on their middle finger to push the needle through for quilting, for hand sewing, binding, for applique, or any hand sewing in fact, maybe English paper piecing. But this is great if you can't wear a thimble for whatever reason, or you just want to try something different. $10.99. Now we've also got needle grippers, or this is the needle grip it. So what you do with these is again, they're sort of like little dots, and you put one on your finger, one on your thumb, and then it grips the needle, absolutely, for pulling through. So if you're a doll maker, a toy maker, a teddy bear maker, if you do lots of hand sewing for things like quilting as well, and you sometimes or often struggle to pull that needle through, try the needle grip it. They also say it helps to reduce hand pain, as well as grip and control the needle. You get 70 self-stick dots in a pack. You know, I always think if there's a problem that you're having, there's usually a solution, because it's rare that you're the only person that's ever had that issue of... I know sometimes we say to use things like, they're not called forceps, are they? What are they called that we sometimes use? Hemostats, to pull a needle through. But actually it's quite a clunky, cumbersome. It's okay for one, but if you're quilting something and the batting's quite heavy, or there's a lot of piecing, a lot of seam allowances to go through, try those sticky dots. Now, next up, let's do some really big thimbles. These. Obviously, these are not to wear on your fingers. These are for organising things like pens and pencils, marking tools, rotary cutters, scissors. Let's do the rainbow first. They are plastic, okay. They're light, gorgeous. They would be lovely just as a bit of a decoration. You could put a plant pot with succulents maybe, or faux flowers inside. You could also use these if you were a giant, if you were the BFG. You probably could use it as a real thimble, but otherwise use it as a storage jar. They're fun, aren't they? They're great. If you wanted to gift something, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? You could put a few items in there, or some fat quarters, bit of scrunchy cellophane and a ribbon, and you're done. $6.99, that's the rainbow. If you're into your Tula pink, by the way, so many of her notions are this rainbow. That would go beautifully. The other option I've got is rose gold, which is my personal favourite. Although I love a rainbow, you know I love a rainbow, I really love this rose gold. I think that's gorgeous. And I have a rose gold storage trolley in my studio. This would fit perfectly. Fab, aren't they? $6.99 for that. Oh, the gallery are coming up with all kinds of creative uses for their big thimbles. I won't share all of them. Sweets was one of them. Keep your sweets in there. I like that idea. Sandra, do you have a pot of sweets in your sewing room to...
I don't know.
No? Are you? That is good. Do you have a carrot sticks? You could put carrot sticks. Prosecco. Do drink sensibly there. Do I? I don't think I do still have the... Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Right, our early bird was a very useful tool, wasn't it? It's the combi cut. It's the combi cut. So... very, very handy, very nicely styled. This should be $12.99, $6.99 today, early bird price. Push one end up, it's your seam ripper. A quick unpick with that little red dot, slide straight through. If you push the runner to the other end, you have got a pair of really handy tweezers that you can then use to remove all of the little bits of thread that are left after you've cut the seam open. So very useful. So many of you have gone for this today. It's pocket money price. It's a Secret Santa price. Lovely little tool to add into your sewing kit. Lots of you have multi-bought on that. Really useful. Lovely, useful little tool. Right, we'll leave it there. We're going to head off for a little break. This gorgeous snowy scene coming up. Don't forget it is National Winter Walk Day, so maybe plan that for this afternoon, but not now, because after the break, Sandra Rushton's back with some amazing deals on all things Sanntangle.
Christmas is just around the corner. But don't panic, there is still time to order your Christmas goodies. Christmas delivery is still available. Merry Christmas from Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Now, it's fair to say that you've already spotted this fabulous kit on the website. Such a fabulous opportunity to try Sanntangle fabrics or a Sanntangle design pattern from our Sandra Rushton for under £20. Now, I think I need to just spell this out because it seems unbelievable, Sandra, that you get all of this for £19.99, but you really do. You get the full pattern for the bag with all of your full-size pattern pieces. You get a pair of wooden handles, just like this. You get a set of wooden buttons for all of these elements. These are removable. These are working buttonholes, so you can take the handles off to swap them between bags, for example.
Yep.
So one pair of handles works for lots of bags, or for washing. But you also get a metre of fabric, so you get the gorgeous peacock, and you also get the tangly leaves, half a metre of each. Half a metre of each to make your bag. That's enough to make the whole bag and to line it, isn't it?
It is to make the whole bag, yeah, so front back. You could actually, if you wanted to, have it double-sided, so you can pick and choose whatever you want to do. But
It's absolutely amazing value.
Yeah.
Because we were celebrating your birthday last week on our system.
we were, absolutely, yes. So it only seems fair to just bring a little bit here to Sewing Street. I've not been on Sewing Street as long, of course, and I've not been doing patterns and fabrics for as long, so of course it's not my birthday in sewing area, but I just thought it was nice to bring a little bit of something and just sort of move it over to you sewers out there.
Totally
that like the
agree.
idea. And of course, if you've never tried my fabrics before, my patterns, this is absolutely
Yeah.
the ideal opportunity.
It's a brilliant
Have a go.
opportunity to try one of Sandra's patterns and fabrics and amazing bag designs and this hardware, the buttons and the handles. It's gone. It's gone. It's all sold out. Well done if you got it. Now, if you still fancy trying one of Sandra's bag patterns, but something different, I have got the all-you-need carry bag.
Well,
This is fabulous. Would you come over?
I would, because I've got...
Me?
I know we say we use these, but this is actually my bag that comes everywhere with me.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those things I designed for myself first.
Of course.
And I think I need it. I don't like carrying a massive bag as such all the time. And sometimes you only need your keys, your purse, your phone, and of course, your brush. So in here, I've actually got, let's have a look. I've got my hairbrush. I've got some office keys in my pockets there. In here, I've got my tea bags. You have to have tea bags. Then I've got my paracetamols, my pencil, of course. A Kit Kat for later.
Lovely.
Gluten-free, of course.
Emergency hunger.
And then I've got my pens around the outside
Some
because
pens at
there's
the end.
pockets around the outside as well. And then the nice thing about this is this
This is
section
super clever.
here.
This is super
Because,
clever.
we think, okay, I've got an open bag. What about my purse? And you're in, pub,
Yep.
especially this time of year, and you think, I don't feel safe.
Christmas shopping somewhere really busy.
This is it, see. So it's great to just pick up and carry. But you've got a drawstring bag in here. So inside my drawstring bag, I've actually got, here we go, I've got my purse. And I've got my glasses in there as well. And that's where I'd put my car keys. But the nice thing about this as well is it's fastened to the bag with poppers.
So it's completely removable.
So if you want to completely remove this, you can do. Let's just do that now.
Yeah, let's do it.
So
So then you
pop
end
them
up with
on
two completely separate bags.
Yeah,
So you
pop
can
the other.
make a combined, you can make separate, loads of
I've got
different
it, yeah, sorry.
options. That is very clever. That is very clever. I'm wondering, could you use something like maybe ripstop or Eau coat for the lining of the bag to make
Oh,
it
goodness.
waterproof?
Anything you like, yeah. It does take, to do all of them, it takes a metre of each of the fabrics. So it's 2 metres. It sounds a lot.
So clever. Look,
But
you've got your internal pockets
Absolutely,
there as
yeah.
well.
Yeah, so you could actually turn this the other way around if you wanted to. And you could have this on the inside in whatever fabric. So you've got 2 choices, haven't you?
Absolutely.
And of course, you've got this as a separate as well.
I heard a really clever tip actually, which was like if you're forever changing your bag, have your essential things in a bag that you just transfer
Yep.
to different, so you never walk out the house. You could make one of those, but lots of those.
Of these, yeah. And I know we laughed a little bit earlier, but we were talking about this and shopping. When I go shopping, I've got my bag, and of course I'm holding my handles, but my strap here on my little cord, I actually wrap that around my wrist. And then it's held in place and it's secure. And if for any
Holidays,
reason,
Christmas markets,
Yeah.
airports, lots of people.
Absolutely.
On the tube maybe, or on buses. It's really, really useful,
This is
isn't it?
So I feel safer having this has got my bits and pieces in.
Yeah.
It's attached to me because I attach it around my wrist. And then my bag, if for any reason my bag disappears,
Yeah.
then they've got my bag, but they haven't got my main bits.
It's
and
really
pieces that
clever.
I really need.
You can
Just
see
get
there
little
as well, you've got
poppers.
those poppers on either end. So you've used cam snaps, you could
Yeah.
use sew-on
Anything,
press
yeah,
studs, couldn't
absolutely
you, if
anything
you
that you want
wanted?
to sort of use there. Or you don't have to use anything, you can if you really
Yeah.
wanted to attach it. But I like the idea of taking it out and doing something different.
Oh,
with it.
it's a really clever idea.
really pretty, isn't it?
Really clever. And I love the fact that even when the two are combined,
Yeah.
you've still got the space between them. You've still got access to all the
All
internal
your pockets,
pockets
everything in there.
and the external ones.
Yeah, and it just looks really nice, doesn't it? So put that there, look, there.
It's a really
we are.
clever pattern, Sandra.
So I mean, I've got two of these, all different fabrics.
It's a really
I mix
clever
and match
pattern.
depending on what coat I've got on.
Yeah, it's fab. In a sense, it's your very own trio of bags, isn't it? Because you've got
yeah.
version 1, everything, version 2, the outer, version 3, the drawstring.
It's a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah. Those drawstring bags would be amazing for things like your hair care products or, you know, hair dryer, straightening irons,
This is
things
it,
like
see,
that.
and your pockets around, all for clips and all that kind of thing on the inside as
grooming.
well. Everything, anything
Horsey
and
bag,
everything. It doesn't
yeah.
just have to be for your purse
Cat
and your
toys.
keys. Yeah.
Trying to be inclusive here.
yeah.
Guinea pig toys.
Guinea pig toys. My
Yeah.
dog doesn't like toys. He'll take them off me and put
Really?
them away.
She's
Nice
quite
and neatly.
possessive about toys.
But won't let me play with them, but he won't play with them either. He just looks at them. It's weird.
What's going on?
Anyway, I'll wander off after that.
Perhaps he'd just rather relax with a good book.
Maybe so, mate. He just into the quilts. That's what it is. He
I get
tries
it.
all the quilts. Yeah.
Really, really popular, this pattern. If you want to get it, it's only £9.99 and it is effectively 3 bags in one, isn't it? You've got the combi and then you've got the separate units. I think it's super clever, absolutely lovely. Well done for that, Sandra.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
I do like it.
All you need, carry bag. Stocks are dwindling. If you want to get it, grab it now. Check out your basket now, and then you know that you've got your copy before it sells out. Right, I'll pop that to one side for now. Loads and loads of you coming in for that. Yes, Mindful Moments artwork. That's this one.
That's that one, because we've got Leslie's lent me her quilt.
Oh, would you come and show me the quilt as well,
Absolutely,
please?
yes.
We'll show it together. Now, this is called Mindful Moments, and it is an artwork panel. I'll just show you there, and then we'll have a bit more of a detail. It's actually by the half metre, sorry, it's not a panel. But actually, if you buy half a metre, you could use it as a panel.
course.
To just show you this gorgeous quilt that you made for
Yeah, I
Leslie.
made it for Leslie when she came out of hospital.
This is absolutely gorgeous. Look at that.
So I basically, and I say made it, I didn't even piece anything together. This is a piece of fabric that has been printed, and then I've quilted it.
So how many units did you use?
Are we looking at a couple of metres
One
there?
and a half?
1.5, 2 metres.
And then a border.
Yeah.
So 3 or 4 units.
A little bit of border of whatever.
That's a gorgeous lap
But
quilt,
you'll notice
isn't
with
it?
this is the artwork that was used to create the Mindful Moments quilt.
Oh, yes, it
So
was.
you'll see that it'll work with that as well.
It's absolutely beautiful.
So, yeah.
Well, if you were making the Mindful Moments, you could even buy this to back the quilt with.
Of course you could, and
Yeah.
it would just work beautifully.
Be
because
gorgeous,
it's all in
wouldn't
there.
it?
All the colours match because that's where the colours came from, this
Yeah.
original artwork.
Yeah. I'd go for 2 metres of
Yeah.
that and then put a border around the
That's
outside
it. I want
edge.
the strict
Use that as your
instructions
backing.
to get this back in one piece.
I bet you would. Now, if you're buying multiple units, there's no white band between your units. The pattern will just continue seamlessly. And then at the very end of your panel, you'll get that white line around the outside, very outside edge. It's almost like a frame around the whole piece. But look at all those different elements there. You could fussy cut these. You could use individual elements in something like English paper piecing. Imagine sewing the same units together to create maybe kaleidoscope units. It's really, really clever. So detailed as well. £8.49 gets you 1 unit, which is this. And if you buy multiples, they'll come all in one continuous piece. Right, all 100% cotton, of course. Now, next up, the handy Essentials Tangle Kit. Now, this is fab. What you're getting here is the pattern to make the tool kit, okay, but you're also getting the tools to go inside it. So all done up, it looks like this, almost like a little wallet, so you could use it as a wallet. Inside then, when you open it out, you've got a little folder area here. You've got fabulous expanding pockets. Okay, here you've got space for your pens and pencils here, or this could be a pair of scissors, this could be a little notebook, something like that. But the really good news is that you also get some of your essential tools to, these sweet wrappers.
Yeah. I do indulge now and again. I do have a demo of this as well, so I can show you
Fabulous.
how we make, without the sweets, of course.
So you
Love
get the
hearts are my
pattern
thing,
to make
that's what it is.
everything, but I'm going to show you also what you get inside, because you get your essential toolkit as well. So in there, you get a couple of tortillons. That's for tortoises. What is the tortoise?
The tortillon is for actually, it's for blending your pencil out. So if you want to shade something, you know, if you're doing a little bit of design work maybe with the pencil, you can shade your pencil and it makes it look 3D.
So it's like a smudger.
Yeah.
But very controlled.
I've got 500 videos on YouTube showing you how we actually draw and use those.
500?
We did 500 last week. Yeah, it was quite a
Wow,
all
that's
different.
incredible.
500 tiles.
You get your Sanntangle drawing pen, 03?
03, yes.
Yep.
And you can, of course, you can draw with those onto fabric and
Yes.
they're washable up to 40 degrees.
You get your pencil, you get some tiles for drawing on.
That's it. A bit of a mixture there. So you've got some different colours maybe. They could
Colours.
vary a little bit, but
Yeah.
they're all there, about 8 centimetres square. Brilliant for post-it note size as well.
Yeah, fab. You also get your little clip, you get your tangle board, and you get your stencil as well.
It's got a little ruler on the edge as well there.
Very, very clever that. Brilliant. This would be
Everything you
useful
kinda
if you
need,
were
really.
a knitter,
Yeah.
crocheter. And, you know, you can do things like clip paper or your little tiles. Keep notes. You can actually tangle on the board as well, can't
actually,
you?
mine is tangled on. I've
Let's have a look.
already been there and done
Been
that.
there and done that.
Yes, in the that's it.
This
top
one,
in the pocket there. Yeah. There you go.
Ooh, wow, look at that.
And all my woods match. So it's a lovely cherry veneer. So it's lovely and natural both sides. You've got that real
gorgeous.
decent structured core of MDF in there. But you can draw on it, you can colour on it.
Mm-hmm.
I do tend to spray varnish when I've coloured as well, because then with using it all the time,
Yeah, it protects it.
You want to protect it, absolutely. Same with the handles. If you want to varnish your handles on the bag or draw on the bag, you can do that as well.
Yeah.
So on your buttons, all that
Yeah,
kind of thing. Yeah.
really
Woods.
clever. Well, you get the Essentials Tangle Kit, you get all of those tools. You also get the full pattern for sewing that tool folder, that wallet. Now, it looks amazing done in different colours. Here it is done in some Dan Morris fabric. Look at this with the addition of some tangling. This is really smart, absolutely beautiful, very, very giftable. Here's a fun version with some Disney fabric. That is absolutely
Sarah's made that one.
gorgeous.
Thank you, Sarah. But we use them. I think that's the main thing is when I create a pattern or design something, I like to have something that's useful.
Yeah.
So that's great. You could even leave that in the glove box.
It's really giftable as well, isn't it? Making these and gifting them.
Absolutely, yeah. So, and then because you've got all the kit with it, doesn't mean you've got to draw. You've got your pen, pencil, and everything if you want to, but it fits other things. And so I've got post-it notes in
Well,
there
exactly.
as well, so.
Exactly. Very, very useful. Would you be able to give us a little demo?
I
of this,
certainly
please?
can, yes.
Wonderful.
Absolutely. I've got one here and a little bit of bits and pieces. So the pattern, full-size pattern. And I think for me that's important. I like to have a pattern that I can actually place down and I know where it is and I know I've got everything ready before I cut it. The instructions not only goes through how to make it, but it also shows you how I've drawn that lovely sort of tree design. So if you wanted to have a go, it's there. You can practice on paper first if you want, but it's there. I've even gone into how you would actually place them all. So that's a photograph of mine before I've done it. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Now, I've got my bits and pieces. I've kind of made a start because you don't want to sort of see me stitching, you know, the top of a pocket and things. Let's have a little look. There is one thing I just want to bring your attention on the photograph here. On number 4, it says here that you need 2 pieces. It says cut 1 in fabric 1, 1 in fabric 2. You don't need 2 pieces. And on the actual pattern piece, it's correct. It's just there.
Oh, I
You don't
see.
need 2. You only need 1. Okay. So here we go. Let's have a look at what I do have. So all my pieces cut out, all ready to go. Let's start from the front. So this is going to be my outer piece. And what I've done with this is that lovely ombre, and I couldn't decide which bit to do, so I've kind of gone with a bit in the middle.
It's luscious.
I've used a little bit of wadding at the back, and I've quilted it. So I've drawn on with a friction pen. So I've got my sort of lines. I've gone diagonally, kept it quite simple. This then goes to one side. I don't need that just yet. But this is the piece that I'm going to work on. This is going to be my inside, and I've actually used my scrap bits of interfacing.
Love that Franken facing.
Well, that's it, because it needs a bit of structure, but it's quite small, so that's fine.
Cool.
So this is my main piece that I'm going to work on. So then what else do I have? I've got my inner pocket. Now, rather than use my nice fabric, I've used a piece of nice white fabric for that, because that is going to be folded up and it's going to sit inside. You know, and that's where my board clipped. So that's that one there. And then I've got my pocket flaps, which I've already kind of stitched. I've stitched round, then I've trimmed my corners and I've folded and pressed. So I've got my pocket flaps ready to go. Now you'll notice with this one, I've not joined across the top. It's quite open. That's okay, that's what I wanted. Same with this one. But this one here, the tile pocket flap, I have actually stitched across the top. See, it's ready to sew, because that's going to sit on the inside. These are going to sit on the outside, and then they're going to be caught in the seam.
So that smaller one, then you folded the seam allowance in and pressed, but not stitched?
Not stitched, no, because when I stitch it on here, I'm going to do it all in the same way.
Perfect.
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect.
Why do 2 seams when one will work?
Totally agree.
Okay, my pocket for my tiles and my little post-it notes, here it is. I've just stitched across the top there. I've given it a little bit of a fold over, and I've pressed the sides, so I'm ready to put my pocket in. It's a little bit more pressing with that one, so I wanted to show you that, because I think sometimes there's little bits that you need to know. And then, of course, I've got my pocket for my pens, and again, I've folded it over twice at the top, and I've folded it in at the edges, so I've got that ready to go. So it's a case of placement, and where do they all go? Oh, I've even got my side panel. Let's do that, because I'm going to need that in a minute. So I need 2 of these, because I've got one side panel for the front piece and one for the inside. So first thing I'm going to do, I've not really put any interfacing on that. You can if you want. Just want to give it a press, so I've got a nice kind of neat sort of edge there. And this is the piece where, you know, my little stencil pushes in.
Yeah, almost like a little, I don't know, what would you
It's like a
call
little,
that? Like
it's a sleeve, isn't
yeah,
it,
like
really?
a sleeve. Yeah,
So that's going to sit there. That's dead easy. Don't need to do anything with that. I would probably, if I was at home, I'd probably stitch around the top and the bottom, you know, just inside the seam allowance, so then I don't need extra clips to hold it in place. So looking at my main pattern here, see, I've used it quite a bit, you can tell. It's well loved. So I've got lots of sort of like little notches and things. Here's my fold line. These are the ones I need to pay attention to. So rather than put notches in, again, trying to think without having to do too much work. I've placed it on, and I'm going to give it a little press there. So that's my first fold line, like so. Okay, got that in. And I'm going to do the same on this side. All right. Okay, right-handed ironing. It's not something I normally do.
It feels
really
so
weird.
awkward, doesn't it?
It does. Being left-handed, that was a bit weird. But now I've got my seams. Okay, if it was a lighter fabric, you could use a friction pen and mark that on. But now I can see where I'm going, and I know what I'm going to be doing. So here we go. Number 4, my pen pocket. So again, I've stitched across the top, so I'm going to position it. Now you see I've got a raw edge at the bottom, because that's going to sit at the bottom. Not forgetting, of course, you've got your seam allowance to think about here. So I'm placing it by eye, really.
Okay.
I've got a bit of a seam allowance or an allowance there with my fold, a bit there, and that's going to be sort of positioned in that place there. Let's just put a couple of little pins in there to hold it in place. thread into that one there. Okay. So I would stitch that, but I might as well do everything else at the same time, hadn't I? So here I've got my inner pocket flap. I'm going to come to that later. This is the one that sits here. You notice it just fits in that fold.
Yeah.
But I'm going to do that when I bring the inner pocket in. So I'm putting that to one side. But I have got my, where's my other pocket flap? See, it looks like I'm back at home with pieces everywhere. So again,
I recognise that.
I've left this raw edge. And that's going to sit there. So you see, it's nice. It's going to come over and it's going to be able to put a popper in there, whatever I want to do.
That's fab.
Yeah. Now, if
The
you
more
want,
pockets, the better, I think.
oh, absolutely. Now, on my original, in the instructions, I have got some elastic across here. So, you know, for my tortillons, for example, I don't want to put them in here and lose them. So, but I'm not going to do that for this purpose. I'm going to sort of leave it at that. So, all right, just need to, actually, no, I'm not going to change the thread. I'm going to keep it white.
Oh, lovely. Oh, I like that.
Well, that means you can see it. But then, of course, you know, I've got white within everything else.
I like a bit of contrast. Well, you could even use like a bright or a light orange, couldn't you?
Of course you could.
With the orange fabric.
Don't think it's got to always be hidden. Now, if you're a little bit unsure and you think, oh, I'd never stitch that, you know, go for your coloured. Now, top and bottom, well, top of each one anyway, make sure you double sort of stitch because you want to make sure that as you're putting things in and out of this pocket, you don't want it to sort of come loose at the top.
Just wanted to mention, apologies if you're trying to get through to customer services. They are very, very busy. There are quite delays on answering. So if you can, shop on the website or on the app, please. They will get to you, but it's just a bit of a wait at the moment. So I'd encourage you to go to the website for your purchases, please, if you can.
Okay, just kind of stitching this up here. And again, I'm going to make sure at the top I've gone back and forward a few times because I want to make sure that as I'm putting things in and out of this pocket, I don't want it to come loose or work its way free. Let's have a little look at that. All right, scissors out. There we go. So I'm just going to trim them. See, that's not too bad, actually.
I really like that contrast thread. It looks lovely.
Yeah, there we go. So take my pins out now. And just going to sort of take those little bits away. So that gives me that. So I'm going to put this in position. Oh, is it that one or is it this one? The pocket. Doesn't matter really, does it?
That one's wider.
You can see that one's quite nice, but I don't want to put that one there because I'm going to put that one there. I'm thinking seam allowance. I know. It's nice to choose though, isn't it? Don't you think?
I mean, I love a bit of choice in life.
It's nice that which one do I actually want there? But of course I've got to remember that I've got to stitch this. So, okay, I'm going to just stitch that inside the seam allowance just to hold it in place. Because then I don't need to worry about it anymore, do I? There we are.
I remember when I did my teacher training, and we were told then, I was taught a very good tip, you know, like when you're asking people to do something, you know, rather than that, do you want to do this or not do this, basically. It's kind of, would you like to do your homework before or after
Yes,
this?
absolutely. How does that
work? You
work?
know, I've got 2 jobs. Do you want to do this job or that job? Not one job or nothing.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It's kind of a choice.
It is, yes. It's nice to give people choice, but as you say, when you're teaching, you don't always have that
Luxury.
do you?
No, most things are not optional.
Yeah, because if it's optional, they'll go for the easiest.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time, wouldn't we?
Wouldn't I? Absolutely.
Okay, so my pocket that I've got my tiles in, or post-it notes, whatever you're going to put, it's a little bit wide, you see. So what I've got to do, I'll show you that way, because it's a bit wide, is I need a bit of a pleat in the side.
Yeah, I love that pleat.
And that means you can pull it out and you can get more in.
Yeah.
I'm all for getting more in there. So I've folded it this way, and I'm going to fold it this way again, because you know sometimes measuring, it's like 10 minutes of your life, you'll never get back.
Who needs it?
Yeah. I mean, just go through measurements and the instructions. So let's have a look now. I'm going to sort of work it so that is my middle bit. You see? So I've got, let's do it that way. And then if I push it down, you see, look?
Oh, yeah.
Got my pleats.
I like that.
Wow. Again, anything to make life a little bit easier if we can. So let's give that a real good press there. And then I think what I'm going to do is, just to be sure, I'm going to just put a clip in the top. Or I could put pins. I'm all for clips rather than pins if I can as well. But I think just on this occasion, let's put some pins.
Oh, let's crack out the pins.
Okay.
They are lovely pins.
They are, yeah, they are. They're a lot nicer than the long arm pins. If you catch yourself with one of them, you know about it, don't you?
Oh, savage.
They are. Okay. So you see here? So it now fits into that piece there.
Amazing.
Just like
Yeah.
I planned it. So again, I'm going to put a couple of pins in place there. And notice again, I've actually put it so it's at the bottom of my my piece there, because I'm not going to stitch around that. That's going to catch into the seam.
Got you. All those raw edges will disappear.
They will. So it's a case of building on top of a piece of fabric, isn't it?
I really like that, yeah.
So keeping it as simple as I can.
I think as well, Sandra, it gives, you were saying earlier on you love options, I love options. Once you've made the bag as is,
Yeah.
you can make little adaptations, can't you?
Can you? So
Add
I'm
an
just
extra
gonna
pocket, add a flap.
Yeah, just going to swap my bobbin. Here we go.
If you're going for this kit, it's called the Essentials Tangle Kit. You get loads in there. You get your pattern, of course. So full instructions, but also full-size paper pattern pieces, a bit like a dressmaking pattern for all of your different sections, which is a super thing. If you struggle with measuring out, you don't have to worry about that. But then you also get, look, all your essential tools for your tangling, for drawing, note-taking. You get your little wooden tangling board. You get your bulldog clip. You get tiles as well. Pencil, tangling pen, fabric safe, tortillon, pencil smudgers, and also your basic circles. Now, so useful for things like applique, having these circles, or just marking dots. Could be for marking notches, for dressmaking, or matching
Yeah,
points.
do you know, there's something nice about having everything that goes in, because you know it's going to fit.
Yeah, it's
And I
fab.
think it's really important that. It's just nice to have, isn't it?
But equally, you could make the bag, the wallet, without any of these extras, and actually put things for maybe sewing, for crochet, for sock knitting,
Oh, gosh,
or
yes.
just general organisation.
Every,
I'm a list writer, Sandra.
I do like my lists. Yeah, even if I've done it, just to tick it off.
I write it on the list to tick off.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
love it. Absolutely love it.
I've just introduced Charlie to the joy of writing lists. He's loving it.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know how you live without writing a list. I really don't.
Same.
It's a little bit worrying if you've got a list. So, yes, okay. So let's have a look at how we're going to do this inner pocket. All right, you see I've got my piece. This is going to be folded over. All right, but for starters, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at where my seam was here, and I'm going to position my piece so it's sitting there in the middle. Okay, again, just for the purposes, I probably wouldn't if I was at home, but I'll put a couple of pins in so you can see where it's going. And the idea is that I'm going to stitch across the top, where I'm going to leave seam allowance. So 1/4 inch, 1/4 inch there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I'm going to need that a little bit later on.
Okay.
So in we go again. And I'm going to do this sort of about 1/4 inch. Again, same kind of thing, but it's a little bit less. Don't worry about it.
So you're saying from mark to mark, dot
Mark
dot.
to mark, so I've left myself a little bit of space there.
Got
I
you.
want to. One more. There we go. That's it. You see, I've got that going on there like this. Okay. So what I can do then, I'll do this carefully. I'm going to put myself a little snip there.
Are you snipping actually into the background as well?
Yeah, into both pieces of fabric, because I just want to kind of have that little bit of a notch, like so. Okay.
Understood.
So then I'm going to take this out, you see, and I'm going to give myself a little bit of a press there. There we go. Because what's going to happen, that one, look, is going to go underneath and inside there. So another little trick I tend to do, see, look, I can stick them up because I've trimmed them. Just going to make sure, I'm just going to roll it back so you can see a little bit of the fabric at that top edge. So it just means that you're not going to see any white from the other side. Give that a little bit of a press there. Okay. So the next thing is we've got to stitch this one, but we've got to stitch this one to this piece.
Okay.
Okay, so how do we do that? Let's have a look at it. Let's imagine that's going to sit there. That's going to be folded up here. And that's going to sit there. So that's going to be like a hidden pocket inside, you see? So what we need to do is stitch this to this. So it's got to be like that. That makes sense? So you can see now where I'm actually going to stitch it. So if I bring that back out.
Oh, it's ever so cleverly worked out.
See, there it is. So it's going to be stitched there. Okay, so I'm just going to put a couple of pins in and then I'm just going to go back on myself a little bit there and show you where the flap sits. But I think this is the trickiest bit, which is why I wanted to make sure. See, look, it's attached, you see? So let's just check that again. So what I did, I put my two pieces, this piece, folded it underneath, so it's out of the way. So that's how it's going to sit when you've done it.
Yep.
This piece here then actually is going to be attached to the main piece there. You see where I've put my pins?
Yep.
So you can sort of do that by eye and just make sure, put the pins in. But I also have a flap, if we remember. Remember I was like a bit indecisive.
Yes, this one or this one.
Here it is. So my flap's got to sit in there as well. So let's have a look at this. I can't put it here because otherwise you're going to see the raw edge. So it's got to sit in between these two. So that, now again, you've got to decide which way you want it. Do you want it all that way? Do you want it that way? It's kind of nice, isn't it? I might do it that way. Go do it that way. So that's got to sit in between there. So what I need to do is think, right, that's going to sit in there. So let's move that out. Pull that off. See, then that's going to sit in there, see? Like that. And then that's going to be pinned there. Make sense?
Oh, it's very clever. I like that a lot.
So let me just pin that in because before I stitch it, I want to do a quick double check that it's in the right place. How do we do that? Let's bring this in. I want to make sure that putting my pocket in there, that's in line. See, it's a little bit out, that is. So that's going to come this way a little bit. And again, you follow the notches and the measurements, but I want to sort of show you as easy as I can, you know, without sort of starting to
double checking.
go into
And I think really good practice that you're showing there by actually folding it back. Is it right? Will it work when I've sewn it?
Exactly.
Just saves the unpicking, doesn't it?
It certainly does, yeah. See, it can go out. See, look there. And I would rather do this on air and show you than you get home and think, oh my goodness, she did it so easily. But it's because I haven't measured, that's all. So I'm going to take it off again. Look, I'm going to move it along a little bit. You know, I mean, I probably would measure when I'm at home, you know, use my friction pen, but time doesn't always allow, does it?
No.
We're on air. Let's have a look at that then, see? Okay, so we know it's going to sit that way. See, there we are. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, lovely.
So what I'm going to do now, stitch across the top of this. But again, remember we left that little bit of a seam allowance there and there. So let's do that. I'm going to move my pins to this side so I can see what I'm doing. There we are. It actually it comes to the edge of the pocket. So if you didn't want to actually draw a line on it, you could check it to the end of the pocket. See, there you go. All right, with me so far? So I'm going to
Absolutely.
stitch that. Again, leaving that little gap. I think when you explain it, it is going back to teaching, isn't it?
Yeah.
And just sort of saying, yeah, it looks really tricky, but let's just figure this out. And sometimes doing that like dry run first.
I'm totally with you on that. Pin
Really
it,
helps.
flip it back. Is everything where it's supposed to be? Are the
Yep.
fabrics round the right way? I'd rather try it and check and visually
Of
check.
course, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of tacking, I must admit.
Fair enough, I get that.
But doing it this way, so you can see now, look, I've actually got this long piece in the middle, attaching the two things together. It looks a bit weird, but if I actually bring them together now, so it's sort of wrong side to wrong, or right sides together,
Yeah.
and then straight forward, matching them together. There we go.
And don't forget the joy of Sewing Street, well, one of many joys, is that you can watch this show back again and again. You can watch Sandra's demo, forevermore, when you get your kit in a year's time, you can watch the show back, watch the demo. If there was a little bit that when you read the pattern, it doesn't quite, you need a little more, watch the demo again. It's always worth, if you've bought a kit, if you've bought a pattern, writing down the date that it was on, and then when you get the pattern, write it on top of the pattern.
Oh, yeah,
so you've always got a reference point.
Absolutely. See, what I've done for this, just if I show you that, I've moved everything out of the way. So I've just got this little bit here, and then where I actually had that little slot, you see I've actually been able to sew straight down from there, all the way down. And I've gone from there down, not up. So I'm going to do the same on the other side. Look, move all this out the way.
So this is completing your pocket bag.
It is. Yeah, so you can see, look, if I move all of that out the way, so all I've got now, look, is that pocket bag, you see?
It's a very, very clever inseam pocket, isn't it?
But you know,
Not seen that on a bag before. It's great.
It's one of these kind of things that you've got this space and it's not being used.
Yeah.
It's being used on the outside, but not on the inside. So why not put a little pocket in there? And it's useful, isn't it? Even if
Totally
it's for
agree.
tickets, anything,
Yeah.
spare, whatever, it's in there then. There we go. So that's that bit done. So let's have a look at where we're at then. So looking at this, here we go. See now, look, I've got that inside pocket. There it is. And if I was to put that way, see, that would sit there like this. That would sit like that, you see? So then it's a case of actually, I've got to put my flap on here. So let's get that done before I stitch it together. So let's have a look.
So, Sandra, am I right that if you wanted to, once you've made this bag once or twice, if you wanted to, you could put another inseam pocket here?
Of course you could.
Ooh, because you've got one here, of course, which is in the pattern.
Yeah.
Once you understand the principle, see, this is why you need to get your Sanntangle Essential Kit, because you learn something like this that you can do again and again. Think of all the bags you've got that you could put that in.
I mean, even if you wanted to use a zipper, you know, you could put a zipper in and have that. So as well as having, say, for example, this one, you could put another one in here. So you've got one that's open and one that's got a zip.
It's great.
Yeah, and it's such a small thing. It's one of those bits you could make, you know, in an afternoon, taking your time, of course. But then you've got something that, I do. You can see there.
Oh, yes.
Me and Sarah. We've got
You've quite a collection.
Leslie's got one, and my mum's got one. And
this one done in the Dan Morris fabric is absolutely stunning. I love this version. Yeah. It is beautiful. You've got that sort of lovely tanned solid that Sandra's Sanntangled, but even without that, this would be beautiful. You've got the Dan Morris fabric for the flaps. Just beautiful, isn't it?
I do like my Dan Morris
Useful.
fabric, don't I?
You're a fan, I'm a fan.
Yeah, I am pretty much a fan,
They're great.
Absolutely.
That is beautiful. Just great, very giftable as well. Very giftable.
Well, yes, and you know, even if you gift it with the bits and pieces or you gift it without, it's entirely up to you.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. I'm just going to give myself a little press on that bit there. And then you can see, look, just make sure when you put your flap in, of course, you don't want to be going over that pocket. So there's my inside section. There we go, and see, look, my pocket's going to kind of sit there. Look at that.
Yeah.
Flap's going to come over.
Very smart.
So there's my flap. There's my flap for this pocket. I am sorry I've done that in black. It would have been easier in white.
No, it looks great.
That one there. This one I've still not stitched yet, but this one again is all done, ready to go. So let's bring that over now. Okay. Oh, hang on a second. We're attached to the sewing machine still. There we are. So what I want to do now is, you know where I've put the clips? Obviously they're kind of relevant. That's where my pleat is. And then along the top here, remember this is where I'd got that little pocket. Now I have on those, I've got another pocket that goes on the front, see? A little slip. But I'm not going to put that one in this one.
Fair enough.
You know, I think sometimes it's nice to have, sometimes you don't have to have it. And I want to make sure that that's going to get stitched in because I've not done any basting on that at all.
Can I ask a question? Just a general. I feel like I've got to know you in so many different ways today. It's been really interesting. I just wondered, what's your what's your biggest sewing achievement? What's the thing that you've sewn or made, sewn really,
Yeah.
that's given you the greatest sense of achievement so far?
Oh my goodness me. I think if I'm, off the top of my head, I would say it was the Bargello quilt that I did at the Festival of Quilts this year. That was quite something, and it was a lot bigger than this one, but you got a lot more fabrics, which is why I actually met the lady whose design it was, because I used a design out of her book. I met the lady at the Festival of Quilts, so she was, we had a bit of a chat, which was lovely.
Was that the first time you'd exhibited a quilt at festival?
I did one the year before, because it was one that we'd all done as Sanntanglers, and we'd drawn all the images on there, and I wanted to put it on, so anybody else that had made it could go and put theirs with it and go, look, here's mine as well. But yeah, that's really the first time I've done one with my own fabrics. And then this one, I think, is in that range. This is the kind of where I kind of go for, if you know what I mean, because the colours and I like the drama.
It's stunning.
The drama in
I meant to mention this earlier, if you want to get hold of one of the very few remaining quilt kits to make the Rainbow Drops quilt, there's more than double what we've got in baskets. I've got single figures left. This was Sandra's 9 a.m. show, full demo. If you want to watch that back, you absolutely can. A beautiful, beautiful kit with a £20 saving. You're just paying £129.99. And there is 3 split pays, actually, if you want to take advantage, if that helps get it home. I know this is one of those times of year, or probably the time of year, when a lot of our spare pennies are spoken for, but there are 3 split pays, £43.33 to get it home. A lovely project to kickstart the new year, bit of ombre piecing, beginner friendly, all of your fabrics included, all exclusive designed fabrics and printed by Sandra from Sanntangle. Really stunning. 73 inches square. I see rainbow stained glass angel wings, but I think it could be really open to interpretation. Lush, absolutely beautiful, but I've literally got single figures left. Midnight tonight, by the way, if there is one left, it'll go back up to £149.99. Just be aware, you won't get that price saving after midnight. Now, the wallet that Sandra's been making is the Essential Tangle Kit. With or without the tools, it's a super useful little organiser. But for £27.30, you get the full pattern, all your tutorials, including how to tangle it as well, but also how to stitch every level. All of your paper pieces. You also get your essential kit. You get a pencil, a fine liner, fabric safe pen, tortillons, some tiles, a wooden drawing board, your little bulldog clip. You also get your stencil, all included for £27.30. Make one, you'll want to make loads more. You can do them with or without the toolkit when you make them again. Love that. Been very, very popular. And now, if you want the fine liner pens on their own, we've got a pack of 3. So you get 3 03s. What does the number mean, Sandra?
The number means the thickness of the nib.
Okay,
So
this is fine.
it's a fine nib, but when you're doing detailed drawings, it's nice to have that fine nib. It's one of those things that it'll glide over your fabrics. Now, of course, it'll work on paper too. It'll work on the wood, so you can use that to draw on the wood as well.
Well.
And do you know what? They're brilliant. They're really juicy when you first open them, so just careful that. They're a lovely, solid
Watch
black
out for
colour.
the juiciness.
But yeah, absolutely.
These are also
lovely
great for writing out quilt labels.
Yes.
So if you don't have an embroidery machine or a machine that will sew letters, or you just want to do a quick label for something, or even name tapes. They're washable.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Fabric safe.
Yeah, that's the thing. Absolutely.
And nice and fine, so you can get lots of detail into a small space. Fab, love those. £9.99 for 3 03 size fine liner pens.
Okay, I'm just turning it out. So what I've done, I've stitched all the way
You've
around.
done all that in the time.
Now, I haven't put elastic in because, of course, the one I've got there, you need a little bit of elastic if you want to put a button.
Yeah.
But I reckon before I stitch this completely, you know, because I'm going to hand stitch the bottom, of course, not now, but maybe later. I'm going to put a popper on to
Great,
hold
yeah.
it. Just something a little bit different.
Yeah.
But I would rather sort of, you know, show you what, you know, what it looks like kind of thing. So I'm doing that. I find it really hard turning out, you know, because of my finger still. So, yeah, absolutely.
You're still recovering.
Yeah, still, yeah. So it's, anyway. But you see when I'm going here. So this is the bit I've left this at the bottom. Because what I did, I stitched right from the seam at the top. So it's basically joining all the way around, left a gap and came all the way around again. So, oh, it's going to use me, yeah. Oh, I've got so many tools. I've got my bag here. Why have I not?
Ah.
Here we go. All these gadgets, and then you try and do it by hand. And you're like, what on earth is the matter?
I always travel with a chopstick.
Yeah, I've got all sorts of things in there. So here we go. Let's have a look at how this is kind of turned out. Let's just get rid of those threads.
Love the colour combo. If you love that gorgeous orange fabric, by the way, it's one of the brand new ombre fabrics from Sanntangle. We had it on the 9 o'clock show. You can buy it in half-metre increments. And if you multiply, say, 3 units, you get 1.5 metres in one continuous piece. It ombres from the palest sort of soft coral right through to that gorgeous deep orange from one side to the other. It's gorgeous fabric. Have a look on the website. There's 8 different colours, 7 different colours.
Okay, so I've put some clips at the bottom there. That's where I'm going to sort of hand stitch later, but I want to put my popper on before I hand stitch, which I'll do later. So there's my pocket that opens out. It's got the pleat in, so it means that you can get more stuff in.
More stuff.
And then, of course, a little popper on there is going to hold that in place. Here's my, I will
cargo
sort that
pocket
corner.
that,
It bothers
isn't it?
me, but I will, because I haven't cut enough off.
Okay.
Round, I will sort it. But this is the piece where you're going to put your stencil.
Yep.
And again, we've talked about you could put a slot in there and you could have a hidden pocket. There's my hidden pocket. So inside there, look, hidden pocket.
So clever.
And because you can't really see it, so that was going to sit over the top there. See, so I've got kind of 2 pockets there, look. And then I'd put a popper on there as well, so it's going to hold those in place. And then, of course, I've got this one. And we talked about this taking up in the seam, and it is, look. There's my pocket for my pens and things like that. So, look, I could put my little friction pens in that kind of thing. And then that's going to come down here. Okay. And then this one would fold this way. There it is. Once I'd pressed it properly anyway. And that one would fold that way. Like that. And of course I've not put the front pocket on. I didn't want to sort of get rid of the fabric there in that sense. So I would put my little popper here, little popper there. But I say it does say in the instructions about using a little bit of elastic and a button. But whatever you want to do, and it's not too long, is it? The trickiest bit is what I've explained is that pocket on the inside. But other than that, everything else is build it on top.
That's a huge takeaway. That sort of hidden inseam pocket is a huge takeaway. Get yourself the pattern, won't you? You get the pattern, you get your handy travel sized essential kit as well included in your pattern, but learn some skills there that you can use again and again and again. Wonderful, Sandra.
It's really nice to do, isn't it? It's a nice, it's very self-satisfactory when you've sort of finished making it.
Very much so, very much so. Now, next up, I want to show you this amazing panel. It's a panel of 4 floral, amazing. Oh no, I've been itching to get to this. Now, I've got this on its own, but I'm going to show you a bundle first. So you get this amazing panel with 4 15-inch motifs. So you've got here like the stargazer lily or a camellia maybe. I think it's kept quite abstract. You've got that hair there. Beautiful. I thought I was going to be clever and name all the flowers, but I'm like, and then you've got the blue one,
fantasy,
and then you've got the
be honest.
yellow.
Yeah. But again, I have drawn those flowers, so, you know, it's nice to have that original artwork, isn't it?
It really is. Now, for me, I would get the bundle because what you're also getting then is 1/2 metre of coordinating fabric for each of the panels. So these are only available in the bundle. Okay. You've also got your lily. You've got your rows, 1/2 metre of each. I'm putting matching ones together. You could mix and match. So you could make 4 beautiful, big, bold cushions with a lovely envelope back.
Yeah, or bags.
You could make bags out of each one.
4 tote bags there.
Amazing. You could make a quilt and have piecing with your fabric, maybe with some solid white fabric or a different, maybe a solid tonal blues, purples, yellows mixed in. Really go to town with this. Or you could sew the 4 units together and then use these to create a border to go around the whole thing. Now, I think where it could get really exciting is going in and quilting either by hand or by machine. Use each area to maybe quilt different patterns. What about adding beads?
I think that
Sequins?
completely. I think that's going to look beautiful. It's options again, isn't it? You've
So
got the
many
artwork, but you've got the
options.
space or the structure to do some things in there, but to go a little bit off peak and
Yeah,
do your own thing.
you
as
really
well.
do. You really do. It's incredible. Absolutely beautiful. Now, for the whole bundle, $44.99. Amazing value because you're getting that big panel, 4 15-inch motifs, plus 1/2 metre of each of the coordinating fabrics. And remember, these are all hand-drawn, hand-coloured original artworks from Sandra that have then been transferred to fabric and digitally printed. You've got the sort of like the artist's brush strokes, haven't you? Yvonne from Midlothian's got in touch. She says,
Hi.
fabulous stuff. Thank you
Oh,
so
thank
much,
you.
Sandra and Stuart, my 2 faves.
Oh, thank
Lovely.
you.
Thank you. Now, if you want to get the panel on its own, what a fabulous thing to get and really go to town with your stitching, with your embellishing. So you're getting this whole panel. Look at the price, $19.99. Now, another way you could use these is to stretch each one over an artist's canvas.
Of course. Yeah.
Or a frame
course.
and have them as artwork with nothing added.
Yeah.
But if you layered these with wadding, first of all, added some quilting,
Absolutely, yeah.
some
You could even add more paint over the top. If you've got some fabric paints or your Inktense pencils,
Love
you
that.
could bring that in as well and bring a bit more detail if you wanted to.
Love
or you
that
could use
idea.
the pens.
Did you
Why
use
not?
Inktense when you were drawing these?
I actually, because I drew them on paper,
Ah.
I used watercolour, my own watercolour pencils actually to colour those. Very striking, very strong colours. But yeah, they work beautifully. It just gives that little bit of softness, doesn't it?
Absolutely stunning, yes, and a real, hand-drawn quality. Another thing, I think these would be amazing for developing your free motion quilting skills on. Say, for example, in the rows, you could try all sorts of different textures
Yeah.
and fills in each of these petals. Treat each one as a separate area to quilt. You could do things like ribbon candy quilting, working between the lines. You could do loop the loops, again, varying the size, even just rippling backwards and forwards. If you've got Delphine's free motion quilting instructions, if you've ever been on one of my free motion quilting for the terrified workshops, I've taught thousands of people in these classes, and I know most people who free motion quilt are terrified. The session always used to start with a bit of group therapy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because everyone was afraid of messing up their quilt.
Of course, you don't want to. You spend so much time, you don't want to mess it up, do you? But it's great to have something like that to practice. But then you can
Purposeful
refer, and
practice.
they're useful because you can do something with them.
Yeah, you can. Absolutely gorgeous. And a chance, if you've bought any of those beautiful Aurifil thread sets with all those gorgeous, juicy colours.
Oh, yes.
What a fabulous opportunity to use some
Nice.
of them. Really love that panel. It's gorgeous. Each image about 15 inches square. Oh, now we've also got the Art Tiles flower. This is available by the 1/2 metre. Sandra, this reminds me of, do you remember the Victorian cards that people collected?
Yeah, yes.
It was sometimes in boxes of tea. Actually, not just Victorian. When I was a child, I remember that, which was not Victorian times. for anyone
Backtrack
to
from
say.
the years there, yeah.
Do you remember though? I think it was Thai food tea used
They
to
used
do.
to things like that, yeah. It's
cards.
this kind of, kind of vintage, but it's got that bright pop to it as well.
It has, it's lovely. You've got the poppies there, you've got gorgeous little sort of anemone flowers, lots and lots of tangling, even a little cheeky rabbit.
Oh, you found the bunny.
Did indeed. It's lovely. Going into spring, how lovely. Lots and lots of options there. If you do mixed media, I could imagine mixing this very nicely.
Of course, yeah. I think if you're not decided, you can't make your mind up in terms of your pattern. This has got lots of different pictures on it,
Yeah.
so you can cut into it. It would work in quilting as well.
Oh, it would. 100% cotton, of course. Quilt weight cotton, so it's going to fit any of your bags, quilt patterns, even dressmaking. What about like pockets, or even the lining for pockets?
Yeah.
On a dress or trousers lined with this.
Absolutely, lovely.
Just a lovely fabric. Get yourself 1/2 metre and challenge yourself to use it in a creative way. I think it's delicious. Now, earlier, Sandra, we looked at your Mindful Moments
We did,
fabric. You
yes.
made your friend
Leslie, yes.
that gorgeous quilt. But also as well, we had the Mindful quilt on earlier on the 9 o'clock show. This uses the elements of the different fabrics combined into one. Look at all the detail here.
So that's where the fabrics came from for the quilt.
You did this first?
This is the artwork to go with it, yes.
Beautiful.
It's just lovely. Even if you did the quilt, but you did cushions in this.
Oh, I love that
So
idea.
you've got that lovely combination that goes
Love
together.
that idea. I do just need to let you know, if everyone who's got this in their basket bought 1/2 metre, it's gone. And that's if you just bought 1 unit each, it's gone. Now, if anybody wants to buy 2 or 3 metres, 4 units, 4.5, 5 units, we haven't even got enough for everyone who's got it in their baskets. So do check out, won't you? One last gorgeous panel, and this is absolutely stunning. It's the Dreamcatcher panel. Now, I just want to start with a bit of inspiration. Look at this beautiful mini art quilt.
Yeah.
This is all quilted. There's lovely hand stitching, couching. Look at this.
Yeah, we've got to
Added
say thank you
detail.
to Angie for that, because she actually...
Angie, we're all a bit in awe
just
of
the fact of
that.
sending it back to me. You know?
Yeah. Let me show you the so the panel. You actually get 2 of those full motifs. Look. 2 stunning images. There's one. There's the second one. And then, look, you get your bonus fabric. So if you want to maybe add a border, extend the size, give yourself a bit of extra background, or make it up into a cushion.
Well, this is it. See, I wanted you to have, again, it's all about options with me. So if you didn't want to keep it as a rectangle, then you could actually add the extras and turn it into a square if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Great bag, wouldn't it?
Or just like this, and then do a little thin border, and then add a wider border in this just to... It would make a gorgeous bag.
Yeah,
It would make
lots
a
of
gorgeous
options again.
bag.
but there's so many things you can add to this. And you think your beading and your embroidery.
Oh, it's so lovely.
You've got 2 options. So you could have a pair, or you could have one and gift one to a friend.
Well, I'm thinking as well, you could even fold it, you know what I mean? So like a folded bag. So this folded up and this folded down to make the flap.
Because you know what it is, don't you? Without, even if you just look at part
Yeah.
of it, you actually know what that image is.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. And only $14.99. 2 of those large Dreamcatcher images. Add some beads, hand stitching, machine quilting. Or even get in there with your Inktense pencils and
Of
add
course,
some more colour.
add some more, go for it, absolutely.
Imagine adding beads of different sizes all along and a chunky jewel in the centre.
Do you know, that is actually a diamond dots piece of artwork. I don't know if you're aware of.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
And that's how they actually did that Dreamcatcher in the middle. They have
Oh,
put
really?
gems in the middle. So it's a little bit bigger than that one, but it's nice that they all work together.
Oh yeah, yeah,
formats.
yeah. I could just,
Yeah.
yeah, I could just imagine doing that. It's
Yeah.
just stunning. Or you know, satin stitching
Yeah.
over. You could even do different colours, like chakra colours.
That would be beautiful.
Working out. Oh, such an inspiring piece of work. Sandra, you
So
give
much detail in
us
that.
all so many ideas.
Oh, but no, that's
Beautiful.
what we want. We want you all sewing and drawing and colouring and anything you can do. So, yeah.
I just think the way you enable every sewer to feel that bit more artistic or a lot more artistic.
Yeah, whatever you want to go with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fab. Gorgeous. Now, the bag pattern, the all you need carry bag. Can I borrow your bag back? I know it's your personal bag, but...
You can borrow my bag. Here you go.
Thank you. Now, this has been absolutely flying out, and once everyone's checked out their baskets, they've only got 20 of these patterns left. This is not one we can easily just do more of. So if you want the all-you-need carry bag, it's really 3 in 1. You've got the drawstring inner bag, you've got the main outer bag with outer and inner pockets, and then they combine beautifully to create a third bag. So really 3 in 1 for £9.99. Here's your day-to-day carry-all bag. You've got those outer pockets around the whole
matched them
bag.
and everything, Stuart. You can't see them, can you? But I have.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? That's the point
Absolutely,
of matching that you can't see.
Yeah.
Lovely and sturdy. Lots of inner pockets. Even when the bags are together, you've still got access all around. And then that inner pocket is actually held in with poppers, if you choose.
Yeah. Your choice. Take it out, use it, whatever you want to do with that.
But it's
nice
so
to have the
useful.
choice. Yeah.
I think it's a great pattern. Great design. So useful, it's Sandra's everyday bag.
It is, yeah.
Brilliant.
My world in there, my car keys and my purse. It's not got my I've not brought my phone in, but yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's fab. Oh, Sandra, what a great morning.
Great, hasn't it?
Oh, it's lovely. And it's so lovely to finish on Sandra and her beautiful Rainbow Drops quilt, which we launched together at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Just now then, what's left? We'll put the details up on screen. If you want to get your kit, my goodness me, we're down to our last few chances here. You're saving £20, should be £149.99. I've got a handful left. Literally single figures, double quantities in baskets. If you want this, check out your basket. You'll miss out otherwise. 3 split pays, 0 interest. If you've never used split pay before, remember, you don't pay any interest. You don't have to fill in a form. You don't have to undergo credit checks. It is as simple as ticking a box. Absolutely beautiful. And those fabrics are brand new, designed and manufactured, printed by Sandra at Sanntangle HQ.
They are, yes, absolutely.
You heading back up this afternoon?
I'm going to go and see my mum first in Stoke-on-Trent. So I'm doing a bit of a zigzag tour.
Bit of a Christmas visit?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Very nice,
then,
very
yeah,
nice.
then
Have a lovely afternoon.
Home to get some work done again. But yeah, lovely.
It's fun though, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, yes. If I didn't love it, I wouldn't be here doing this, would I? I love what I do, and it's only thanks to you out there and everybody here that allows us to keep doing this. So, yeah, it's special for everybody, isn't it?
We love our Sanntangle. And you've brought a whole new element to Sewing Street, you really have. Yvonne's messaged in to say, Sandra's fabric sews like a dream. I love it.
That's nice to know, because I like it, and we looked at a lot of fabrics and we wanted to make sure the quilts, you know, the content was there and it would work. I know it sounds daft, all fabrics work, but it would work, you know, it wasn't going to fall apart.
It's got to be snuggly.
Yeah, we've made sure that was so thank you for that, appreciate that.
Absolutely gorgeous. Safe journey home, Sandra.
thank
Love
you.
to see you, and Merry Christmas.
And you.
I look forward to seeing you on Christmas Day.
Yes, absolutely.
Right here.
I'm here, Christmas Day.
On Hobby Maker?
On Hobby Maker, yes.
After 1 o'clock, we'll see you Christmas Day. But I'll see you after the break, because talking of split pay, I've got 5-way split pay on every single kit in the next hour, regardless of price. Some of the split pays are $12.99 for a quilt kit. You won't want to miss it. See you after the break.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Christmas is just around the corner. But don't panic, there is still time to order your Christmas goodies. Christmas delivery is still available. Merry Christmas from Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hey, it's good to have your company. This final hour is going to be a bit fast and furious. Well, fast, but not furious. But this hour, I've got loads of different quilt kits that are all on 5 split pays. Just to really quickly explain, 5 split pays are a way for us, for you, to split the cost on usually higher ticket price items. So you pay in instalments. 2 split pays mean 2 monthly instalments. You pay one when you order, you get your goods home in a few days, and then a month later you pay your second instalment. 3, 4, and very occasionally we'll do 5. Now actually today we're doing 5 split pays on every single one of these quilt kits, which means, for example, we're starting with New Mexico. Now I've got single figures of this kit left. You get all of your fabrics, 7.5 meters, to make this quilt. One of my favourites, one of the most popular quilts I've ever designed, actually. And thank you so much to everyone who's bought this, made this. We've never done this before. It's already an amazing price, $64.99. Let's make it even easier to get this kit home, because we're now going to do 5 split pays, interest-free. 1 payment today of just $12.99 gets this quilt kit home. Your second payment of $12.99 won't come out until January. And, you know, I get it. This time of year, I feel like if I'm spending money, I should be buying a gift for someone else. But come the new year, I will want a lovely new project to focus on, to dive into, to get me through the worst of the winter. And having a quilt kit sort of in hand is a lovely way of starting the new year. $12.99 for this. Now, once they're gone, we won't have any more at 5-way split pay. We might restock next year, but not today. I've got just 3 of these kits left. In fact, now I only have 2 left. If you want New Mexico, last two, $12.99. Oh, by the way, I just want to mention as well, that 5-way split pay, it's sold out, Dan. That will come off at midnight tonight. So if you haven't bought by midnight tonight, 5-way split pay is gone, I'm afraid. Right. We've got another one of mine. This is using Hajime, my newest fabric collection, for Lewis and Irene, and it's a brand new pattern called Stepping Out. And here's the quilt. It's Bargello style, very easy to piece, the sort of handy dandiest little trick of a pattern that you will fall in love with. Now you get beautiful bumbleberries and all of these fabulous fabrics from my Hajime fabric collection, which is Japanese for new beginnings to start something. Now, we've had this on 2-way split pay before, but we have never had it on 5-way split pay. Now, I'm not a maths genius, as I think I've proven many times, but I know that 5 split pays is going to make each split pay about £20. It's actually $19.99. So here's the thing, taking the 5 split pays actually reduces the price of this quilt to $99.94. Doesn't it? Look, that's the fabrics. Those are the fabrics that you get. Actually, even if you just want the fabrics to make something else with, you get your binding as well, by the way. It's this beautiful deep indigo bumbleberries. You use a bit of that in the quilt, about a fat quarter's worth, and then the rest is your binding. And then look at all these gorgeous fabrics you get to play with. We've never done hajime as fat quarters. These are all fat quarters of all 18 fabric, no, maybe 16 of the fabrics from hajime, plus the pattern. And you've got some other bumbleberries in there, including the metallic gold. You've got that gorgeous mustard gold there as well. A couple of fabulous blues, and then the rest is my brand new hajime collection for Lewis and Irene. It's a really easy technique to make the quilt. It's quick, it's beginner friendly, but the results are spectacular, and you can lay the quilt out in lots of different ways. You get full instructions. You also get 2 different sizes of quilt block that you can make, either a smaller, perhaps more scrappy quilt, and then you also get like a supersized version. Well, it's not that much bigger, but actually it makes up into a quilt so much faster. I've also done a simplified rainbow version. You get the patterns for all 3 included. I did a Christmassy version in Tilda. I've just about got teens of that left, but midnight tonight, the 5 split pays will be gone, and it'll be at full price. Well, it's still full price, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I do. Right, next up, I really want this quilt kit. I think this is absolutely beautiful. It's called A Slice of Summer. It's from Ellie's Quilt Place. Ellie is a Belgian fabric designer. She's absolutely lovely. I met her at Festival of Quilts. She was very heavily pregnant at the time. I know she's had her baby since now. Congratulations. Oh, no, bless her, though. We were having a lovely chat, and I was absolutely amazed that she'd made the effort to come to the show. But you get all of these really beautiful fabrics. They're sort of a little bit repro, but gorgeously bright as well. If you love the style of like Kim DL, I know you're going to absolutely love these fabrics. You've got all of these. These are all fabrics designed by Ellie as well. And then that gorgeous quilt pattern, 9-patch chain in the background, this gorgeous applique block in the centre. Now you could do that either turned edge or fused and zigzagged. You get the full instructions, full-size pattern pieces as well included for $129.99. But look at the split pay, $25.99 to get this kit home. I think it would be rude not to. There's only 3 left. Gosh, where have they gone? There's only 3 left. If you want to get a slice of summer, and quite frankly, having looked what the weather's doing today, I'd settle for a morsel of summer right now, let alone a slice. But this is something to really help get you through those dark wintry days. Just gorgeous, juicy, luscious fabrics. All right, check out your baskets on that, won't you? Gorgeous. Now then, I've got the Lynn Goldsworthy double wedding ring quilt pattern, which is here. These are some gorgeous Japanese style fabrics. This is from a V&A collection. Now, double wedding ring, value is amazing, by the way, absolutely incredible. This was demoed on the 8th of October, 58 inches square, 58-inch square quilt for $79.99. That's bonkers, absolutely bonkers. $15.99 your split pay. Absolutely amazing. What an opportunity. The thing is, we're not doing price crashes, but the fact that $15.99 gets the quilt kit home, you don't pay any interest, you're not paying more for going for split pays. And in fact, sometimes you pay, I mean, it's only pennies, but you pay a few pennies less by having split pay. But look at these fabrics. Now, the other thing as well, if you didn't catch the show, watch it back again, because this is not your traditionally pieced double wedding ring quilt. You piece the arcs, very easy to do, and then you applique them to background squares. So you're not doing any curved piecing at all. No curved piecing at all. It is double wedding ring simplified, brought into the realms of possible. Look at that. All that beautiful. Now, this is not a solid. This is linen texture from Makawa. These are all Makawa fabrics. Absolutely gorgeous. This would make a stunning wedding quilt or a gift for somebody who's perhaps celebrating a significant anniversary. It's 58 inches square. 58 inches square. It's on the instructions, but there's a question mark instead of the inch mark. It says 58. 58? 58 square? It's not a question. It's a statement. Yeah, it's 58 inches square. Come on, we've all done it when we're texting. I think that's an absolutely smashing quilt kit. The value's amazing. You get all the fabrics for the top and the binding. You also get the pattern, and trust me, once you've used Lynn's amazing no curved piecing method, you'll be making this again and again. And people will say, how did you do that? Because I think double wedding ring is on every quilter's bucket list. It's certainly on mine. And when I make it, I'll be using Lynn's pattern. You can bet your bottom dollar. I think that's lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Remember, at midnight tonight, those 5 split pays disappear and it's back to $79.99 in one payment. So if you want to spread the cost and take advantage, get this quilt kit home for $15.99. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Well done if you're checking out your baskets. Let's do Liberty. Let's do Liberty. The curiosities of Christmas. I'm looking, I don't have it on the table. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. All right. All right. Now, this is amazing. We've done split pays before on this, but we've never done 5. If you've always wanted to make this quilt, it's one you'll bring out every year. It's a real, I think, an heirloom. It's called The Curiosities of Christmas. And it's a beautiful 9-panel applique and pieced quilt. So it's easy, fused and blanket stitch or zigzag stitched appliques, very achievable. And then you've got half square triangle piecing in the background. Now, the instructions are phenomenally good. I mean, really phenomenally good. I think once you've made this in Liberty, you'll want to make it in solids as well. Or some of the blocks as well you could make into cushions. Really fantastic, beautifully illustrated and thought out instructions. Full-size templates throughout. And then look, all of your coloured fabrics are Tana lawn. They're all Tana lawn. Absolutely gorgeous to work with. Super easy to work with as well. Don't think Tana lawn being lighter is harder to work with. It totally isn't. It's completely stable. It's so finely woven, it really doesn't fray. So where you do your fusible applique with Bondaweb, say, the edges, yes, you stitch them down, but you can use a straight stitch close to the edge of the applique and it will hold everything down and you don't get any fraying. So it's a lot quicker to make than you might think. You also get all your background fabric as well. You'll use this for piecing. $199.99, but look at the split pay. Less than £40 to get your Alice Caroline Liberty of London Curiosities of Christmas quilt kit. And it's 60 inches square. This is the kind of thing. No, I don't think it's feasible for most of us to get this made for this Christmas. But I've said it before, Christmas has proved so popular, they're going to do it every year. So you'll bring it out every year. You'll enjoy it, I think, for generations to come. Gorgeous. Well done if you've checked out your basket. You've just got an Alice Caroline Liberty quilt kit home for under £40. Just amazing. We know this time of year, there's lots and lots of pulls on our finances. What size is the quilt? Asked Julie. It's 60 inches square, 60 inches. So again, completely doable on your domestic sewing machine. Thank you, Daniel. Right, what's next? No comment. I've got another Liberty quilt. This is super. Denim florals. Now, this is quite a recent launch, isn't it? The denim florals. Oh, I've got oh, it's gone. It's gone. But this is the price you paid. That one person that bought this, you are going to pay on your split pay, 5 split pays. It's going to be 30-something pounds, isn't it? £35.99. Wow, happy days. Happy days. That's a gorgeous quilt, isn't it? Love that. Really beginner-friendly quilt, that, but what a beautiful... Just goes to show, doesn't it? The right design can make simple piecing look absolutely glorious. Right. I've got another Lynn Goldsworthy, 2 different versions. Only slight difference between the two, but I'll show you. This quilt is called Falling Leaves. Falling Leaves. Yeah. Not the yellow. Yeah, that's fine. So I'm gonna pop this quilt kit to one side. Right. So 2 split pays we've done before. 5 split pays is going to bring your monthly cost for this to under £20. Absolutely amazing. 0 interest. I've only got teens left of this quilt pattern. £19.79 to get the quilt kit home. Now you get all of these amazing autumny shades and autumn leaf prints. Lots and lots of fat quarters, I think, aren't they? 9 fat quarters of all these different fabrics. Amazing. You also get fat 8s as well. These create your little intersections and your stems. You get linen texture in this gorgeous warm tan for the background, and then your binding fabric is this beautiful panel. Now I'm just going to say what I would do, because I'll be honest with you, I think this panel is just too gorgeous to cut into strips and bind. Look, now what I would do with that is I would split that straight down the middle and I would make 2 matching cushions. I think most people watching this are going to be nodding their heads and saying, well, I'd do exactly the same, Stuart. That's too nice to cut up into strips to bind a quilt. But if you watch on the 9th of November, you'll see Lynn show, 18th, sorry, you'll see the quilt bound in that. And it does look lovely, but I just think it's such a beautiful fabric to make a couple of matching cushions. That's what I do. And then I would use another fabric. You'll see in this kit what's been done. You could then have the best of both worlds. Now that is £98.99, but your split pays are under £20. 5-way split pay on every single one of these kits. But please be aware that these are very limited stocks of all of these. £19.79 is your split pay today. You get the quilt kit home before Christmas. This could be a gorgeous gift for you or someone else. And what a lovely quilt to work on, ready for autumn next year. That's the Falling Leaves quilt. Now I've got a second version. I'm just going to pass these around. Oh, to Dan, thank you. Now this is the second version. There's 2 differences in this kit. There's 2 differences. Right, I'm going to show you both differences. The first one is the background fabric. Now it's still linen texture, but this is a bit richer, a bit warmer. This is the other that we've just done a moment ago. Soft, still a warm tan, but this is a bit more golden tan. Do you know what I mean? A bit richer, a bit warmer, a bit more clotted cream. That's one of the differences. All of your main fabrics, your fat quarters, your fat 8s, all exactly the same. This is your binding fabric. This is our gold blender. Now, this is they're the 2 differences, the background fabric and this. 18.99 your split pay, slightly cheaper this one, 18.99 your split pay. So if you're buying the other kit, I would get half a metre of something like the gold blender. You can get it on our website. And then you can use that panel to make cushions. It's just an idea. Now this quilt kit, I've literally got 5 left. I've got 5 left. 5-way split pay, 18.99. At midnight tonight, if there was one left, there probably won't be, but those split pays will disappear. 94.99 or under £20 to get it home. In fact, 18.99 to get it home and get cracking. You'll get this in just private driveway. I mean, Lynn, just move it down the fence just a little. No, do you know what? I did the same with the New Mexico. I threw it over a gate. No, actually, I did it deliberately. There was this piece of bright blue, like nylon rope, tied to a rusty old gate, and I just loved the blue against the blue in the quilt, so I did it deliberately. Is that where Lynn lives? Gosh, lovely. I'd love a private driveway. Right, I do. Watercolour flowers. This is lovely. Right, now, this is, right, let me just get this, right, so 24 inches square. This is a gorgeous wall hanging. It's $34.99. For goodness sake, 5 split pays minus numbers. That's a gorgeous wall hanging size, $24.99. Get it home today. 0% interest, 5 split pays. The anticipation is built. $6.99. $6.99. And look at the fabrics that you've got. You've got some absolutely beautiful batiks in there. You've got some linear from I think that's amazing. You get your full pattern. You guaranteed Christmas delivery. Last minute gift for a quilter. Or if you want to get yourself something to start in the new year or between Christmas and New Year. I love a little project to work on between Christmas and Twixtmas, a Twixtmas project. I love it. I love it. And really fresh. Love that. I love that. Oh, can we do Fiesta next, please? Thank you. Because this is so pretty. This is so pretty. This is from Moda, me and my sister designs. Oh, we've just decided to change the name and call it In My Heart. What do you know, Moda? Huh? Huh? What do you know? 52 inches by 68 inches. Gorgeous throw size. Lovely sofa throw, single bed size quilt. Be lovely quilt to make for one of the children in your family. The price crashes first, $164.99. But also, the split pays are going to make this very tempting. £32.99. £39.22. Now, okay, so this is why it's called In My Heart, because the fabric range is called Fiesta, but the pattern is called In My Heart. That's something you could make a lot of times, isn't it? Rather yummy. Rather yummy. Now, you get your guide, your fabric guide. Oh, look at those gorgeous fabrics. Really beautiful pops of colour. Raspberry pinks, aquamarine, vibrant green, that lovely pop of orange there as well. Amazing. £32.99 is your first of 5 split pays, but £32.99 gets it home and you can get cracking. A lovely beginner-friendly quilt, 52 by 68, definitely doable on a domestic sewing machine from start to finish. And it's a gorgeous boxed quilt. Imagine that, a boxed quilt pattern and kit home for £32.99. Very, very lovely. Now, talking of lovely, let's do living in loveliness. I don't have this quilt kit in the paper. Well, I tell you what, can we do, I've got it here. Thank you, Dan. Amazing. Thank you. Right, this is Living in Loveliness. This is, ooh, the fabrics, delish. Fleur applique. That's really pretty. Amazing price, $69.99. This is a gorgeous quilt. You've got 5 split pays. It's 51 inches square, $13.99. Wow. Oh, stop it. Are you? Wow. Okay, so $59.99. It's 51 inches square. 51 inches square. It's all 100% cotton. $11.99 to get it home. Wow. $11.99 to get this home. Look at the lovely fabrics as well that you're getting. Gosh, beautiful. That is stunning. That is absolutely beautiful. This is your, I can't wait for spring. I need it now. I need spring colours. I need spring zing. That is absolutely wonderful. You even get interfacing. Now you might be thinking, what's the interfacing for? Well, the interfacing is for creating the appliques. This is what's called a soft edge applique method, which essentially has you sewing the fabric to interfacing and then turning it through, just like you would a cushion cover. And effectively what you get then is a beautiful turned edge on the fabric that you can then pin, stitch around, and you get turned edge applique without the hard work. I think that's fabulous for under £60. And those split pays are off the charts. $11.99 to get this 51-inch square quilt kit and pattern home. Wow. I've only got 12 left. I've only got 12 left. Remember, you get all your fabric for your binding, your top, you get your interfacing, you get your pattern. Very, very usable pattern. I think it's amazing. I think that's amazing. But be sure that's going to sell out at $11.99. That is not going to stick around. Oh, Dad, goodbye, my lover. Goodbye, my friend. I don't think we'll see that again. Wow, well done if you checked out your basket. What a pretty design. Now, I've got 2 Amber Makes kits. Can't believe we're doing 5 split pays on Amber Makes. Wow. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. So this is the sewing block of the month. It's called the Sewing Quilt. I'll show you the quilt. Oh, this is lovely. Right, so we're starting with the blue version. So what you get is you get your pattern, which is going to explain how the quilt is made. And it's, to break it down, it is a panel with these different sewing motifs, printed blocks, and cornerstones that you cut out, and then you sew together with sashing and a border. So you get your panel. Now your panel's got all of these, and they are absolutely gorgeous images. Look, you've got your Dresden, you've got your old-fashioned sewing machine, a basket full of lovely sewing tools, tea, obviously, made to measure, your little haberdashery. John Scott will be in there, won't he? Rooting around. Absolutely lovely. You're also getting everything to do, your cornerstones, your sashings, your binding, the lot, okay, all for, are you kidding me, $49. I've only just seen the price, for $49.99. That means your split pay is $9.99. $9.99 split pay to get this home. Wow. So this is the one with the teal blue sashing. The panels, those large panels, by the way, those are the same in both kits. I'm just going to open this. This is your, if effectively you've got one panel, which is your feature, and then you've got your finishing panel, which has your cornerstones binding. That's the blue. That's the actual blue. It's a really lovely, somewhere between a slate and a robin egg blue. I think it's a robin egg blue, really. And even that's got tiny pairs of scissors. Don't know why I felt the need to do that voice. Tiny, tiny, tiny little scissors. What about a quilt for your sewing room? You know, one of my New Year's resolutions a few years ago was to jazz up my sewing room, and I did it, and absolutely gorgeous. Finished size, by the way, is 73 inches by 58. It's a really good size. I can't believe the price, £50. It's not even £50, is it? It's amazing. Right, so that's that. And then I've got a second colourway. So you get exactly the same feature panel with your sewing machine and your basket and all that kind of thing. Same colours. You get same pattern, but your finishing panel is purples. Now, I know there's so many of you love your purples. Look. Wow, I love that colour. It is gorgeous. Also, your cornerstones, look, have this gorgeous lilac-y background to them. Absolutely stunning. And if I just show you on the back of the pattern. Oh, I'm afraid that camera's going to hit the back of my head. Ow! Do you know, I saw, there's a clip actually that you can watch. Like nobody here apart from me is old enough to remember this, but Pat Phoenix, who used to be in Coronation Street, she played Elsie Tanner. There's actually a scene where she's in the Rover's Return, and the camera is obviously doing a close-up and then moving the camera in behind, right? And you literally see her head go as the camera smacks into the back of her head. I mean, it's not funny, but it is. It is. Look it up on YouTube. It's so funny. Right, there we go. I think that's stunning. Look at the split pay. Look at the split pay. $9.99. Wow. Wow. What a lovely New Year project. Dive in, make a sewing quilt. It could be for a sewing friend, it could be for you, it could be to jazz up your sewing room, or wouldn't that look beautiful on a single bed? Maybe for your grandson, granddaughter, maybe they're getting into sewing. It's lovely. Every single one of the kits that we've got left is accounted for, is in someone's basket. And actually, we've got more of these in baskets than we have. I've only got teens left. It will sell out. Goodbye, my lover. Oh, gosh, but it's lovely, isn't it? Now, the quilt that's hanging behind me, this is Stonewall? Yeah. I've got it in blue and I've got it in red. Let's do the blue first. Let's have a look at the quilt actually for a second. Oh, this is yummy. So this, I think, is this Goose Tracks or Duck and Duckling, something like that. I think it might be Goose Tracks, this block. Really beautiful, lovely combination of this really vibrant kind of 70s style print, very vibrant. Love these shades of blue in the background. That is gorgeous. We've never had 5-way split pay before. Wow, it's K Facet. We're taking £50 off. Honestly, that's Christmas come early. $139.99, but make it even better by adding in 5 split pays. Now, 5 split pays means $27.99 to get the kit home. Say what? Look, and also, did you think those background fabrics were solids? They are Kaif's shot cottons. Look. So this is fabulous. Look, can you see? the sort of richness of having the warp and the weft in two different colours of thread that create this amazing, almost shimmer. Same with the peacock. Shot cotton, £27.99 split pay. Amazing. I mean, look at that. That is beautiful fabric. So soft. Now, your border fabric, it's all Kaffe. Oh, that's lovely. Absolutely beautiful. And then here's that feature, that pop of bright. Now, I'm going to say something, and I hope you don't think this is controversial, okay? But I love an all blue quilt, okay? I love an all blue quilt. And if I just take that one out for a second, I'm going to check the quantity of that fabric. It's probably about a metre or something like that. Fabric B, call it a metre, right? So it's 105 centimetres, right, that piece of fabric. I think that I would buy one more blue Kaffe fabric or something else for an all blue. I would use it for something else. Only because I like an all blue quilt. I'm just trying to say, if that is, because it is quite a pop. It's quite a pop. And I mean, the finished quilt looks amazing, but if that's a bit too poppy for you and you want something that's a bit more subtle, you could just buy 1 metre of a different fabric and pop it in with those, and you get your full pattern included. Your split pays are out of sight. 0% interest, £27.99 to get the kit home before Christmas. You've already saved £50 on the price. Absolutely stunning. If this is a gift for somebody, very easy box to wrap, which it has to be for me, frankly. Do you know, most of my wrapping now, I just use really heavily patterned cellophane that I scrunch around and tie with a bow, because I am useless at wrapping. And I watch YouTube videos of instructions on how to wrap presents, and it just doesn't go in. It doesn't translate. Right, I've got the same quilt, but in red this time. Oh, now this, I'm not even going to suggest a pop of anything else. This is amazing. Crashing again, £50 off. Matching that price and those 5 split pays. Wow, £27.99 is your split pay. And I just want to show you, these are absolutely luscious fabric. Now this time, I'm totally in it for this pop of turquoise, because just have a look at the quilt again. That little pop of turquoise brings light and sparkle and zest. But look at the rest of the fabrics. These are stunning. You've got this fabulous Kaffe print for your border. There's your border fabric. And look at these shot cotton. Do you know, I'm going to ask if we can get these shot cottons in for a show. I would love to design a quilt just using these shot cottons, because they are stunning. What a brilliant way of getting all of these fabrics for £139.99. But the best bit, 5 split pays, £27.99 to get this home before Christmas. We're guaranteeing pre-Christmas delivery for the UK, £27.99. Love it. Absolutely love that. And that little pop of turquoise is definitely ringing my bell. Say what? Ring my bell. Oh, see, I carried it on and you didn't. Is this the garnets and gingham? Oh, I've been longing to show you this. Now, you know I love Kim DL. This is one of her ranges of fabrics called Garnets and Gingham. And I saw this at a trade show earlier on. This is crashing. This is crashing. It should be $239.99. The crash is wild. $169.99. I'm not kidding. 5 split pays. So good it should probably be illegal. $33.99. Hillary, if you're watching, look, it's Kim DL. We love our Kim DL, Hillary and I. Look at these. I want this just for the fabric, but I love the design actually. The design is brilliant. But these are just absolutely beautiful fabrics, and they are in this gorgeous kind of, it's almost like a brick red, but redder than that, if you know what I mean. Not a terracotta in the strict sense, definitely redder than that. Aren't these fabrics beautiful? Now, if you love a sort of red and white quilt, this is deeper, richer, warmer, more woodsy. How cool is that pattern? I think that is beautiful. Advanced beginner. There's a combination of words, an advanced beginner. I think that's beginner level. Committed beginner, I prefer that term. Wow, can't believe these prices today and the split pays. Anything we haven't managed to get to? Obviously, if there's a price crash, that will be done between now and Hobbymaker. Don't forget you're getting 5 split pays on everything, but it's not forever, it's just till midnight tonight. Let's have a look and see what's coming up tomorrow on Sewing Street. I'm back presenting in the morning. It's my last day before Crimbo. At 8 a.m. we've got the K-Facet Rainbow Slide Quilt. I'm going to be showing you how to make that quilt in the very first hour, so make sure you tune in from 8 a.m. At 9 o'clock, the King of Pantos here. It's Adam Brooks with the Aria top by Chalk and Notch Patterns. Try saying that after a couple of dry sherries. At 10 o'clock, it's quilting tools. And then at 11, the old dame is back with the dressmaking companion book, brand new exclusive launch on Sewing Street. The dressmaking companion book, it's brand new. At 12 o'clock, I'm going to have fabulous sewing machines. Are we still guaranteeing Christmas delivery tomorrow, Hannah? It's till the 19th, isn't it? So we're still good. Sewing machine. If you want a new sewing machine for Christmas, or you want to drop some hints this afternoon, I've got sewing machines tomorrow. They will be delivered by Christmas. Right, it's been a pleasure to spend the morning with you. I hope you've enjoyed it too. I'm still giggling inside about the old... If you didn't see it, watch it back. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Don't go anywhere, though, because my friends at Hobbymaker are up next. Don't touch that dial. Keep watching till late tonight. See you in the morning. Bye-bye.